I quit my summer babysitting job this morning. Saturday was my first day with the little girl, and today's Sunday. I feel terrible quitting so suddenly. The family I've been working for recommended me, so I'm pretty positive I just blew my chances babysitting for either of them ever again. Originally, I was scheduled to stay there until the morning with the kids, but I ended up calling Mr. and Mrs. Smith, we'll call them, closer to 3 a.m., begging for them to come home. I needed to get out of there. It was an overwhelming sensation that had been lingering since I pulled into the driveway. As much as I tried to blame the feeling on first-day jitters, nothing could prepare me for how quickly my anxiety would spike being there. The children were 3 and 5. Let's name them Jack and Jill. The kids were watching Bluey in the living room after dinner, and I was cleaning up. The living room was within sight of the kitchen sink. After I started the dishwasher, I walked out into the living room and saw that Jack had fallen asleep on the couch and Jill had gone upstairs to play in their bedroom. Jack wasn't big for his age, so instead of waking him up, I was able to just pick him up off the couch and carry him to bed. The second floor is a wide hallway with a mirror at the end of the hall, facing back. There's a bathroom and bedrooms on either side. I can see the kid's door is open, and I can hear Jill giggling at what sounds like another person giggling with her. Their bedroom didn't have a TV, but I thought Jill may have had a radio or a Nintendo, something that she was playing with. Before opening the door, I tried peeking into the opening to see if I could find where the other voice was coming from, but the gap didn't let me see much. But what I did see was enough to scare the hell out of me. Jill had long, straight hair, and it looked like static electricity was keeping it up floating. That's the best way I could describe it. With Jack now resting over my shoulder, I supported him with one arm and fully opened the door with my other. Jill was playing on the ground with her dolls. When she looked up at me, all of her hair fell back down to normal. The siblings have an expensive wooden bunk bed at the far end of the room. Making sure not to twist my ankle on the toys, I carried Jack to lay him on the top bunk. When I pulled his resting body from my shoulders and laid him down, I was surprised to see that he was now awake again. His eyes were wide open, and his facial expression looked terrified. I asked him if he was okay. He shook his head yes, but crawled into his blankets and didn't take his head out from under the covers after I tucked him in. While I was doing this with Jack, I felt a push on my lower hip like Jill was getting into the bottom bunk right below, and after I got Jack settled, I leaned down to get her tucked in. But the bed was empty, and Jill was still playing with her dolls behind me. I didn't like that, because what I felt on my hip was clear pressure from cold, small hands. I could feel her individual fingers press against me. The unmistakable feeling of a little one pushing by. But Jill hadn't moved. It was Saturday night, and the parents didn't specify a bedtime for the kids. I asked if Jill needed anything, but when she said no, I got out of that room as fast as possible, went down the stairs to clean up the house before I made a bed for myself on the couch. Cheerios were everywhere. I could have filled a whole new bowl and reserved it for the morning with how many I found. After every last one was found and dispersed of, I was finally able to settle down and watch some TV. The calm was short-lived, though. Another noise had me on my feet again, when from behind me, I heard the sound of a child running in the hallway, upstairs, toward the stairs. I'm expecting to hear "Miss Amy" any second, so I haven't really turned around yet to address whichever child's coming. I'm watching the show on TV, waiting for them to interrupt, but instead, I hear the feet hit the ground with a loud bound in between steps. As soon as the pattering stopped, there was a crash onto the floor that shook the floor under me. I thought, oh my gosh, one of the kids just tried to jump down the staircase. There's a wall that separates the hallway stairs and the living room. It forces me to hop on my feet, turn around the corner from the couch to look. When I flip on the hall light, I'm relieved to see that nobody's hurt themselves, but I'm highly freaked out as to what I just heard. As I'm looking down the hallway, I can see most of the way up to the upstairs hallway as well. Jill walks out of her bedroom to the top of the stairs and sees me standing there. I ask her if she heard that loud noise, and she nods her head yes. So I ask if she knew what it was, and she nods her head again. "It's Hannah." "Who's Hannah?" "She's my sister," Jill says. I ask, "Hannah made that loud noise down here. How did she do that?" "Hannah jumped from here to down there." She then goes on to tell me that her sister keeps asking Jill to jump with her, but she's too afraid. The whole time she's telling me this, I see the light from the bedroom door behind her change size, like the door was opening and closing in the dark hallway. I'm still paying attention to Jill, thinking the sound also woke up Jack, and I'm going to see him come out to join his sister any minute. But after her explanation for the noise we heard, Jill turned around and went back into the bedroom. She then closed the door behind her. The upstairs hallway was completely dark again. I turned off the downstairs light and got back on the couch. Around the living room, there's a bunch of family pictures of the Smith family. Most of them were recent, but lots of baby pictures. Jack is a newborn and Jack has brown hair and Jill has blonde. It was easy to tell which baby photo belonged to who. In maybe 2 of these photos in the corner of the living room, there's a baby Jill in the picture with another older blonde girl that looks almost identical to Jill now. Could that have been Hannah? I thought. These grainy, somewhat old photos gave me goosebumps, so instead of staring at them all night as I tried to sleep, I turned on the TV and was happy to discover that Nick at Night was playing episodes of Friends, and eventually I would doze off watching the show with the volume down low. The next time I woke up, it was because the living room was freezing and the blanket I'd fallen asleep with was nowhere to be found. The TV was off. It could have been set on an automatic timer that I was unaware of, but the DVD player under it was blinking numbers like the power had recently gone out and come back on. There was another small radio clock on one of the shelves next to the TV that was also blinking to be reset. I used the remote to turn the TV back on, and Friends began quietly playing again while I stood up in search of my blanket. It was cold enough to see the air I breathed by the time I got to the thermostat, which was located across the room. The space around me was warm again. The thermostat was also reading at a normal temperature. I turned on the living room light, and what I saw next to the entryway made me nearly faint. My blanket had been draped over the coat rack, and for a moment, I thought a huge, dark, 7-foot-tall creature was standing next to the door. It took me a few seconds to figure out what I was looking at, and when I did, I noticed the blanket didn't fully reach the floor, and under it, I saw 2 little feet poking out the bottom, and this time, I knew Jill was trying to trick me. Not wanting to knock the coat rack off balance and possibly have it fall on her, I gently grabbed the blanket with 2 hands and tried to lift it over with a little fluff. The blanket drops, losing its shape, and there's no Jill hiding in the coat rack. Take this how you will, but when the blanket dropped, the coat rack was a lot smaller than what I had pulled the blanket from. When I first noticed my blanket draped over it, I thought I would have noticed something that tall by the front door. When I looked down and didn't see Jill, it felt like my tummy was filled with rocks. There's just no way she would have been able to run away, hide completely like that. She's 5. I just stood there with my blanket, listening to the sounds of Jill still playing upstairs in her room. I didn't care how late it was. I was relieved to hear someone else was awake in the house, and after the coat rack thing that I'd just seen, I didn't want to be downstairs alone. I flipped on all the lights that I could before my ascent. When I went into the kitchen, the microwave timer said that it was 2:52, and so did the oven timer. It was only the living room that lost power in the house. When I'm at the top of the stairs, the hallway in front of me is dark, aside from the light under the children's door. I can still hear Jill's voice giggling, and clearly a shadow moving back and forth. I can see it under the doorway, blocking out the light when it passed. Turning on the hall light, I started heading towards the door. I gave 2 little taps with my knuckle before opening the door. The room was dark, and both of the children sound asleep. It was freezing in there, like when I woke up. The same weird bubble of cold I'd stepped out of by the couch downstairs. It felt like I'd stepped through a wall of stagnant, cold air. Outside the room, it was warm. I quietly stepped back out and closed the door, glancing into the big mirror that faced the hallway. There was something different about the reflection. The upstairs bathroom is directly across from the kids' room. I can partially see both in the reflection. I can see a little past the handle of the bathroom door, but the bathroom door on my side is fully open. I look again into the mirror. I can't begin to understand how the door could be closed in the reflection. I frantically scan around the mirror for any other inaccuracies, but it's only the door that looks wrong. Then I tried standing in different positions in the hallway while staring at the reflection of the closed door. Nowhere I stood could give me the correct view of what the door actually looked like. I'm at a loss for any explanation, and then it makes the slightest movement, and in the reflection to my right, the bathroom door opens a few inches. Still, nothing was happening on my side of the mirror, but I ran my reflection away from that door and back down the stairs. And that's when I called the parents, multiple times. Surely I scared them or worried them, but you know what? I was terrified. Still am, technically. Had I not quit, after this, I'm sure they would have fired me anyway. They were completely unimpressed by me and rather bitter about cutting their trip short. Though, personally, I think that they should be a little bit more concerned with the potential demons or ghosts living in their home. You know, specifically the one that keeps trying to convince their daughter to jump from the 2nd story. But hey, I'm just the babysitter. They're the parents. What do I know? Not my problem anymore, I guess. I used to work in construction. I was part of a crew that was assigned to enclose a building that was gutted by a fire. The building was an old train depot that housed offices and a microbrewery and several restaurants. Our job was to shore up the walls, install the 2nd floor, relocate the elevator, beef up the foundation, and build a roof system. One day, my fellow worker named Dan and I were assigned to relocate the elevator to the center of the building, and also cut out the flooring and floor joist and frame up the opening. After successfully completing that task, we were cleaning up around the area, and I dropped my tape measure into that hole in the floor. I would have to go down into the basement to retrieve it. There were 2 ways I could go. I decided to go down the closest way and proceeded to that staircase. It was the back one, a narrow, dark staircase that ended up in a small room without a light. That room opened into a larger room with 1 light bulb that wasn't bright enough to light up the entire room. As I entered the room, I could see my tape measure lying on the floor. I proceeded to walk over and grab it. And that's when I saw what I thought was Dan, standing just out of the light. I couldn't see his face, just the clothes and feet. It dawned on me that the clothes were different and that he got down there really fast. I asked him how he got down there so quick as I passed him. when he didn't respond back, I turned to look at him, and he disappeared. I grabbed my tape and ran up and out of that space as quickly as I could. I knew at that point that I had just seen a ghost. I told the crew about it, and they laughed at me, started calling me the Ghostbuster, or Buster for short. That story made it to a TV station that was 100 miles away, and they interviewed me. I was also interviewed by a documentary movie director, someone that wanted to put my story into a project he was working on. Come to find out, the original owner back in the 1800s had a daughter that fell in love with a local man, one that was not of her standing. The father, not wanting his daughter to marry outside of their class, had shot the man and killed him after an argument. Thus the reason he was still there, waiting for her. I was also assigned to lock up and unlock the job site every day. I used to come in early and unlock the building and the trailer. I used to find the doors unlocked and no footprints in the snow. That place used to give me the creeps. A long time ago, I worked the late shift at a warehouse connected to a shopping mall. Think Sears. Only 2 of us worked there at a time, so if one of us called in sick, the guy who was there alone would be screwed until the early crew showed up later that morning. We had others get hired, but they always quit. Here would be a typical night. You're in a well-lit building, so that wasn't really the problem. It was the things that you would see. You would be doing a task, for example, sweeping, inventory, and suddenly it would get cold. I mean, to the bone cold. Then you would look around and you'd catch a glimpse of someone moving fast, but there was never anybody there once you got a good look in that direction. It almost resembled someone moving through thick fog, but just for a split second. Also, on the outer edges of the buildings were corridors to offices and the mall itself. The offices and hallway had sensors. You would see sections of the building suddenly light up, and the sound of slamming doors. Sometimes, when I'd get a chill, it would be followed by a group of women chattering. Chattering that would soon be cut off suddenly, making it that much more obvious how much it was there to begin with. Again, there's never more than 2 people working, and sometimes we're alone. In the beginning, I would frequently check things out, coming up empty-handed almost every time. I say almost because it's a warehouse, and a pigeon or 2 had been the cause of certain sounds, just not the super haunted ones. We had a radio to blast just to drown out the random noise. That thing would just shut off for no reason, and it would stay off for hours. So many people would get hired and quit the job suddenly. They would rarely say why, but we knew. Some guy said that he was freaked out because he saw feet walking where they shouldn't be, and that was it. One time, though, this woman started working there. I asked her what she thought of the spirits, and she tells me, funny that you ask, because the building had a strange presence in her opinion. She said every evening before walking in, she would meditate and create a bubble around herself for protection. Me and my coworker look at each other and kind of scoff. Though we'd experienced some stuff, I guess we were still just assholes with shit to learn. She was nice, though, so I asked her to walk towards the part of the building that always felt the most off to her, gave her the creepiest vibes. Her turn to scoff. She basically said that she would do one better. Then she started meditating, just sitting in the middle of the ground in total silence. We stood there sort of unsure what to do. She stayed sitting for a while, but quickly hopped up and told us to follow her. We stood near the back door, closest to the parking lot, an area where I frequently saw shadows or glimpses of something moving quickly. She says that the parking lot is a staging area. Still, I never quite figured out if that was an official term or what it meant, but it stuck with me. She said that there were a lot of spirits there. They were looking for the light to move on to the next, but some didn't want to go. She adds that while meditating before work, she'd sometimes point to where the light was, and some spirits followed. She said if we were really bothered by the activity, we could ask the spirits to leave, saying it would just take some extra time and effort. So we basically just let her do that while we stood around. That girl ended up quitting because she got a better job, but for a few months we never heard or saw anything at night. For a while there, I just didn't even worry about it, went about my business. Then, a few months later, I was closing up, locking the doors just opposite of the one facing the parking lot, when I caught a glimpse of someone moving to the left. Then, I saw one of the very back sensor lights turn on. Sure enough, the sounds and sights returned, and it went back to the same routine. It was crazy stuff. Left the job probably a year and a half into it. This was over 10 years ago. But it still manages to be one of the more interesting, if not kind of scary, experiences I've had while on the job. I worked for the Rockwood Mansion in Wilmington, Delaware. It's a museum, and around here everyone knows it's believed to be haunted by the spirit of Joseph Shipley, the original owner of the mansion. I can attest to hearing unexplained footsteps, doors opening and closing on their own, all during my time working there. Some staff claim to witness the apparition of Joseph Shipley himself, dressed in his signature attire, walking through the halls of the mansion. Though I never saw it myself, I don't have a hard time believing it. Once, as a coworker recounted their experience seeing Joseph, there was a sudden and obvious drop in temperature. I knew there was no logical explanation for a change in climate. We stopped talking about Joseph, and the room's normal temperature was restored. You'll have to decide for yourself if it's haunted or not. I do recommend a visit. Many years ago, I had a job cleaning floors overnight on the graveyard shift once the business closed. The owner of the cleaning service had contracts with the stores like Kmart, True Value Hardware, and a few other retail and department stores. Normally, it was just 2 or 3 guys to a store, depending on the size of the store. True Value, for example, was small, so there'd only be 2 guys assigned. There was a running joke about how scary it is to be locked inside the store, all alone at night, and you don't want to ever experience it. People really seemed to feel this way about the Kmart. I would hear stories of people hearing voices or jokes about it, but I never thought much more about it. Every time I reported to where I was assigned, there was always another guy or 2 there. There were never any issues for me. Well, one night when I reported to where I was assigned, the Kmart, I was told the other 2 guys had called out, so I'd be on my own. I wasn't a bit scared at all. I didn't really think about it. That was until about 10 p.m., when all the Kmart employees had left, and the last car rolled out of the parking lot. And so I was locked in the store, alone. I soon realized what everyone meant about how scary it is to be locked in a store this big, alone, overnight. I immediately started hearing noises. I for sure tried to brush it off, but I swear that sometimes it sounded like actual voices. Things like, "Hey," or "Yo." I realized every little noise was causing me alarm. What was that? Who's there? Hello? The entire night you think or you feel like someone's there. I called out hello several times even though I was sure I was alone. The worst part was going into the dark warehouse for supplies. Dead silence. But then you hear a noise. I went to the hardware section at around midnight, and I stuck a hammer in my back pocket for protection. I was convinced that someone was in the store with me this time. By 2 a.m., I was in the sporting goods to grab a baseball bat. I never had to use these things, but I sure felt good carrying them around. It was a huge store, only me inside, and I was locked in, dead silence. I remember constantly checking the parking lot just to see if someone had arrived or something. The noises going constantly, especially the ones that sounded like voices. They made my imagination start running wild. I was never so happy to see the sun come up and get the hell out of there. I for sure think everyone is on to something. That Kmart was haunted. I can't say the same for True Value, though. That place was pretty boring, and definitely not haunted. So I've got a question for the men out there. And I just emphasize men because I don't want comments from little boys or giga-chads. Just good old-fashioned real answers. Let's say you're dating a lady who's independently middle class, owns her own home from a recent settlement that went in her favor, and she's smoking hot. But her house might be haunted. Is that a deal breaker? Over the years, after my first marriage dissolved, we were married young, I've only seriously dated a few men off and on, all ending after they'd visit and spend time here. My first husband was a writer. We purchased our house in 2013. It's a few hours to get anywhere from any direction. Originally, the isolation was preferable over our flat in Queens. It was less than a month after moving our stuff into the house when activity started. Disembodied footsteps walking through the wooden halls while both of us would be sitting downstairs. Doors would open and close on every floor, not simultaneously, but it's as if they were living alongside us, going about their days and nights as we did ours. The radio and other electronics have turned on randomly. The radio specifically, though, has turned on at 2 different times when the station was playing a certain song. Both times the radio turned on, it was while the house was mostly quiet, so each time it happened, my attention honed in on it. Neither of us had a problem with it, though. We embraced it a little by naming the spirits. Because this house is old as fuck, we named them Ethel and Jim. It feels like there's 2 of them living here. Sometimes the female voice we dubbed Ethel would whisper in the kitchen and open the cupboards, but the heavy footsteps we believe to be from the one we named Jim. Since the divorce, I've continued my coexistence with them in harmony. All in all, however, these happenings are rare and genuinely insignificant to daily living. Listing the occurrences bunched all together like this makes it sound like I'm living in a carnival funhouse. I'm not, I promise. The spirits and I do not communicate. In all honesty, I did try once, though, and I really didn't like the way it made me feel. I don't want to go off on a tangent, but if I'm going to attempt to enlighten, I need to be outright with my experience, if only to ward off the men from the boys. I was once leaned up against the wall of the dining room reading a book. On the wall next to me, I hear a soft bump bump. For reasons unknown, I'm compelled to make a fist and replicate the bump bump pattern back on the wall. As soon as I do, it's like the vibrations of the room shook with panic. Dread instantly filled my chest. It felt as if I'd broken something. I became paranoid and swore that I heard footsteps leave the area I was in, like I'd scared them. I decided never to try that again. If you've reached this point, congratulations. You've lasted longer than a few of my most recent relationships. But for reals, aside from me being this hilarious, my question to the men, do you see all of this and think red flags? Should I just start acting just as surprised as them when shit happens? Like I haven't already named these ghosts? Honestly, I'm not a witch who lives in the forest. If you can assist me on these questions, I'd be forever grateful. Bonus if you know a potential suitor in the lower state of Jefferson, known as Northern California and Southern Oregon. Please send him this for me. And thanks to anyone else who read this too. When I was in high school, my dad worked for a company that would give out Indiana Pacer tickets at the Gamebridge Fieldhouse. The tickets allowed us access to the company suite, and that's the first place we went after parking. When we got to the suite door, we could hear glasses clinking and people talking inside. My dad spun around to remind me of my behavior before pulling out his keycard and swiping it through the card reader. When the door clicked, he slowly opened the door, trying not to bump anyone standing by the door. But as our view of the room grew, we realized it was empty. We were the first ones there, and as the door shut behind us, the room became hauntingly quiet. We couldn't figure it out. Nobody was in the suite next to us. It was creepy. I flip houses for a living. In my most recent project, it's haunted. It sounds horrible, I know, but when you do this for a profession, you gotta go for the best deal. And that sad reality is, nothing sells cheaper than a murder house. By the time you change its appearance, the community has moved on, and you can sell for a mint. Obviously, the market and location are important, but we're not doing a masterclass here. My most recent purchase was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath on half an acre's plot in a nice neighborhood. The inspection was favorable, so I never personally went inside until after closing. I have definitely started with much worse. Most of these upgrades will be purely cosmetic, which is pretty rare. The couple who previously owned the house had 2 girls, ages 4 and 8. The husband was leaving his wife for someone else, and she decided that he would never see the children again. Several neighbors heard their argument. It spilled into the front yard as she chased her husband to his truck, throwing picture frames as he fled. Shattered glass covered the driveway when it was over, and she went back inside without glancing at the small audience that had gathered. They'd lived in that house for 15 years, and everyone knew them well. No one expected what would happen next. It was during summer break, and the wife had a work-from-home job, so no one thought much of it when they didn't see her for a few days. Everyone assumed that she was just taking time to herself. It was 3 days later when the husband returned to find the bodies. The children were each in their beds, as if tucked in for the night, but the medical examiner ruled that they most likely died shortly after their father left. The youngest was drowned and moved to her bed, while the 8-year-old suffered multiple stab wounds that likely began while she was asleep. Afterwards, the wife put on her finest dress and jewelry. Then she took a lethal dose of her prescription medication. The whole community mourned their loss. Almost every house in the neighborhood had children who played with the 2 sisters. There's a park a few streets over where a memorial had been placed in their honor, and I see people stopping there regularly, even a year later. The story is indeed tragic. They all are. My heart goes out to the family's loved ones. But no matter how much bad juju is associated with a location, I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal or unusual. A house is a clever arrangement of wood and nails that protects us from the elements, or so I thought. Now I don't know what to believe. A lot of clothes and random effects were left behind, so my first order of business was to box up everything for donation. Once I finished with all the other rooms, I moved on to the bedrooms. That's when shit started to get crazy. In the master bedroom, I was emptying a dresser when a small ring holder fell from the shelf and hit me in the back. Only it didn't seem like it just fell. It hit me weirdly hard for a short drop. Plus, I hadn't touched that shelf or even the wall. 5 minutes later, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I thought someone was in the house with me, but I searched every room without finding a soul. The second kid's room was colder than the rest of the house. I packed it quickly and hurried back to the master bedroom, but it was like the cold followed me. I opened the closet and began tossing everything into boxes, but then that door slammed on my hand. Before it could stop throbbing, a set of footsteps crossed the room right behind me. I felt a light breeze as they passed, but no one was there. I suddenly felt dizzy and sick to my stomach. For a minute, I thought I was going to puke, but then everything was just normal again. I felt fine. The room wasn't cold anymore, but then there was a loud crash from the living room. The boxes I previously stacked were spilled onto the floor. As I cleaned the mess, one of the hallway doors began opening and slamming over and over. I've never loaded so much so fast into my truck. When I was finally backing out of the driveway, I saw a shadow standing in the window, watching me leave. There's nothing about this experience that I can explain. Now, I have to go back this weekend. I can't afford to hire someone for cleaning and cosmetic work, but I'm hoping to have a few friends come along. I really don't think I can go into that house alone again. My first couple of years out of nursing school, I worked for a hospital near Pleasant Hill, Iowa. Rumors of the place being haunted circulated from the moment I started, but I was heavily focused on doing a good job and really tried to ignore the rumors. We started construction on the main wing of the hospital, probably halfway into my second year. During one of my shifts, I was walking through the construction area to get to the cafeteria. I saw a figure standing behind a section of long construction plastic hanging in front of me. I could hear him talking faintly. He seemed slightly distressed, feeling kind of awkward. I moved the plastic to the side, fully prepared to excuse myself to the employee working. But there was nobody there. I quickly jumped back. The figure was gone. I skipped lunch that day. Can objects be haunted? Yeah, I think so. For me, it was a small table I bought at a thrift store. I didn't really need it, but I'd never seen anything that looked like it before. I decided to continue shopping, and if I came back and it was still there, then I figured it was a sign for me to buy it. It was still there. I took it home, happily set it on the floor, and all was well, for a while. The table folded down, and I had to open the top to secure it with a latch. The latch worked, but it only took a little pressure on the table for the top to close again. I took it upon myself to repair the latch. I was able to do so, but ended up cutting my finger. While I was bleeding, I kept thinking that this should have been an easy fix. And then I shrugged it off and started putting things on the table. I had placed the table so that when I came downstairs, it was one of the first things that I'd see. I noticed that each time I looked at it, I began feeling uneasy. Something was not right. This happened every time I came downstairs, and I found myself avoiding the table as much as possible when I had to walk past it. One day, I sat down in a nearby chair and just stared at the table. As beautiful as it was, I sensed that it had a nasty history. This is the risk you take when you buy things secondhand. Yes, the item may have more character than something brand new, but you don't know where it's been, what kind of energy it has attached to it. My intuition told me that the table had been in a home where great violence had occurred. Possibly it had had bloodshed onto it. Specifically, I perceived a husband brutally killing his wife in a crime of passion. The table itself, of course, was an innocent piece of wood, but it had endured horrific pain and rage from its former owners. I wondered what amount of white sage or Palo Santo it was going to take to purify this table or satisfy its lust for blood, as it had already drawn some of mine. It wasn't worth it, I decided, and I ended up getting rid of it. And what do you know? All was right again. In 2008, I bought a house whose previous owner had taken his own life. He left behind his wife and 3 small children, I didn't know that when I bought the house, but even if I knew, I must say, I would have still bought it because it was very cheap, and I was never really a superstitious person. Well, soon after we moved in, a lot of creepy things started to happen. Firstly, my children were scared for no reason, even during the day. I thought it's just because we were in a new place. One evening, my daughter told me that she saw a person in our kitchen through the door's window, which is frosted glass. But when she entered the kitchen, nobody was there. A few days later, me and my husband saw the same silhouette in the kitchen. And when we entered, nobody was inside. We clearly saw a silhouette of a man, both of us. We actually thought that it was my father-in-law, the only one who had a key to the house besides us. When we entered and there was nobody inside the kitchen, we had the same reaction. We gotta get out of here fast. We dashed out of the kitchen. After a few silent minutes, we went back, but we left the door open. We checked everywhere, every room of the house. There was nobody. There's no point to say that I couldn't sleep at all that night. I couldn't. The kids were more and more scared to the point that they refused to go to the toilet alone. I couldn't sleep. My husband couldn't sleep. I was having lots of nightmares. Sometimes I was just feeling watched. My husband got ill with no medical explanation. Shortly after, I was ill too, also inexplicable. Several times I saw a crow in my yard, on the fence, staring at me. Normally, I wouldn't think anything bad about seeing a crow. As I said, I'm not superstitious, but this one was giving me the creeps with no logical reason. A lot of things inexplicably broke in the house, too. The pipes busted several times. The plumber was baffled as to how. He really couldn't understand why, and that didn't really help us. The light bulbs in the kitchen kept blowing out. An electrician came several times to see why it was happening and couldn't find an explanation or a solution to prevent it from happening again. Well, soon we left the country, not because of our creepy house. The house is actually empty now. Sometimes we go there during the summer, but we actually prefer sleeping somewhere else. There's a lot of negative vibes there. A couple times a year, we seriously consider selling it because we don't like going there at all. I saw what I can only describe as some kind of demon. I'd like to tell you what I lived through, but prefer to remain anonymous. I'll try to resume facts, but a lot of things happened. Though all bizarre, all very true. Some others witnessed these events, and they were afraid at the time too. I live in Belo Horizonte in Brazil. My grandmother bought a country house in the rural areas nearby, next to a very small town called São José de Lapa. It was a very big house, lots of land. My big family used to go there almost all weekends. The cousins used to play soccer or pool there, while the rest of the people spent their time talking and cooking. It was supposed to be a peaceful environment. But in 2005, I was graduating, but I had lost my job, so I decided to live there full-time, alone during the week. This way I wouldn't have to pay rent, and I could study in peace for my civil service exams. The house was situated next to the woods, and we had a little farm, which produced milk and lettuce. We had no neighbors living nearby. At first, I constantly heard some noises at night. Nothing too strange, I thought. Probably animals or the wind. But things started to get spooky, gradually. In the beginning of 2006, my cousin and I were alone in the country house playing pool at 2 a.m. Suddenly, we heard Ave Maria by Schubert playing out of nothing. We just froze. I thought he was playing a prank on me, and he thought I was playing a prank on him. Before we could do anything, the music stopped. The next day, we told our family about the incident. Not only did they claim they didn't play any music, they didn't even believe us. When the weekend was over, my relatives left and I was alone again. Just a few days after this creepy episode, I heard out of nowhere a baby crying, very loud. It was like there was an infant screaming inside the house. I was honestly just so freaked out. I got a ridiculously old gun and I ran to my bedroom where I locked the door. It was about 11 p.m. Obviously, I couldn't sleep. After a long night, it was finally the next morning. I called my relatives to tell them what had happened. All of them laughed at me, except my grandmother. She told me she sensed something strange at the country house, and since she's a spiritist, she decided to call a medium to see if there was something wrong with that house. The medium was a former priest who studied exorcisms but had to leave the Catholic Church because of his sightings. He went to our house, and when he arrived, he just started to feel bad. Then he asked for a minute alone and walked through the entire house. When he returned, he had tears in his eyes. He said that this terrain was in the past part of a much larger farm, and the place where the house was built is where the senzalas were. Well, senzala is the name in Portuguese of the place where African slaves were imprisoned during slavery age in Brazil. The priest added that he saw an African woman with a child, both very skinny, standing by the wall just where I used to sleep. After a ritual, this medium priest claimed that the house was free of erratic spirits, but that was not true. Less than 1 week after this, about 12 people, amongst friends and relatives, were talking in the yard, enjoying a barbecue in the evening. Suddenly, my aunt screamed that she saw some kind of dog smiling at her from the second-floor window. We rushed inside, all of us, to look for what she saw. While we were searching for this thing room to room, I went to my bedroom to get my old pistol with my brother. When we entered this room, I saw the worst thing I ever saw in my life. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't warm. It was something evil. There was black smoke near the ceiling, and the room was freezing cold. We both saw it. We both felt it. We couldn't do anything. We were frozen, but it was more like this thing was controlling us. We couldn't scream, run, or react. We just stood there, looking at this thing against our will, feeling desolation. I can't describe the feeling fully, but we were paralyzed by this. I could feel only tears rolling down my cheeks. After a few seconds, this black smoke vanished through the window, and suddenly we could do what we needed to do. We ran for help with the sensation that we saw evil itself. It wasn't a ghost or a bad spirit. It for sure wasn't a dog. It was a demonic and evil thing. The same night, all my relatives decided in fear to leave the house immediately. The next 2 months, we didn't go there, and my grandmother decided to sell the house. When we were handling the land plot papers, there was an appointment about the first owner. He was a farmer who had slaves during the 1880s. We managed to sell the house to a retired prosecutor, and my grandmother alerted him about the events, although she mentioned ghosts, not demons. The guy laughed at this, but strangely, sadly, he took his own life 1 year after buying the house. My husband and I had a haunted bed. We owned an antique shop and bought a bunch of furniture from one guy. When you buy a whole lot, sometimes you'll have to take some things you don't want. In the lot was an old reproduction Jenny Lind bed. This bed wasn't old enough to put in the shop, so we stored it in the back for quite a while. Meanwhile, we were building a house, and when it was finished, we decided to make use of the bed until we found an older one. Right away, during the night, I would wake up and feel the bed vibrating silently. It had the old metal box springs. So I thought at first that I must have made the bed do that by turning over. But as time went on, I would lie perfectly still, and the bed would keep vibrating. Just the slightest shaking, nothing crazy or violent. Most times I would wake up my husband, and it would stop shaking immediately, which was really frustrating for me, since I was the only one experiencing it. It kept doing it off and on for weeks. I know it sounds scary, but somehow it wasn't. It was more like dumbfounding. Like, is this really happening? It can't be. But it was. And then there came a point, in addition to the shaking, something new was added. Down at the foot of the bed on my husband's side, there began a clanging sound, as if someone was hitting the metal springs with another metal object. Not violently at first, more of a clang, 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 then silence. I'd try to wake up my husband, but it would always stop, which was really weird. In my mind, I'm trying to figure out what could possibly be causing this. I'd heard about ghosts, of course, but that thought was the furthest out for a rational explanation. We lived at the base of a mountain with millions of acres of Forest Service land behind us and on a dead-end road. There was pure silence every night. No traffic, no nearby trains. And earthquakes, they don't happen every night on cue and only shake one item. What the hell was going on? The clanging began to get louder as time went on, and finally, hallelujah, one night, it didn't stop when I woke up my husband. It continued, and he looked at me like, what the hell? One day I ran into a woman who said that she was a psychic. I told her about the bed. I had almost zero faith in psychics at the point, but whatever. I asked her if she wanted to come over and check it out. With another friend, who also purported to be psychic, these two women came into the bedroom and stood there for a few minutes. One of them finally spoke and told me there was an old woman in the room who believed that the bed was hers, and she was trying to scare us out of it. Right away I thought, yeah, right, but I was polite about it. They burned sage and told the old woman to go away, go to the light, blah, blah. I was not impressed, to say the least, but I figured I had nothing to lose. Funny thing, it stopped immediately. Then, about 2 weeks later, it did it one night, and my thoughts of the bogus reading were confirmed. But after that one night, it never happened again. I thought back about what she had said about the woman wanting us out of it. The bed was from the 30s or 40s, and she said the woman was old. It would stop shaking, clanging, as soon as a man, my hubby, was awake. If you go back to that era, women had very few rights, and men had the power. Women could easily have been afraid to tell their husbands, and would do anything not to upset them. So it began to make sense that the sounds would stop. If this is right, I think she became desperate to get us out of her bed when she started the clanging noises. She no longer cared if the man would be angry or not. Of course, this is all speculation on my part, but since there's already no explanation of why a bed would do that, the story doesn't matter. So, did a ghost do it? Something was responsible for it, and it wasn't either of us. Any suggestions are welcome. I truly cannot understand why this happened. We're not crazy people. I'm not lying. Nothing to gain by making myself sound like a fool. We built the house ourselves out of 2 old hewn log buildings, and both of us knew every square inch of that house and knew that it had nothing to do with the house settling or moving. Besides, houses don't settle like that. So that's my story about my haunted bed, and I'd love to know what and why it happened. It was late at night, and my boyfriend and I were driving to my house. We took a shortcut through an area of town that everybody here calls the Bottoms, or River Bottoms. It's right in the middle of a huge metropolitan city in the U.S. There's no buildings, though, only fields and trees. You can't build there because it's a floodplain, not suitable for building on. There's one narrow road that goes through the middle of the Bottoms, and it just so happens to be a direct link between my boyfriend's house and mine. Late at night, it's very dark. There's no streetlights. So we were traveling rather quickly down that road when we came upon a bridge. You could only see what was visible in the headlights, road and very tall grass. It was probably 3 feet tall. We went up and over the bridge and began to descend on the other side. Suddenly, a woman appeared on the right side of the road. The headlights shined directly on her. She was standing in the grass right beside the road. It was 2:30 in the morning. The area was completely deserted. We were both stunned, silent. We sped past her. After a frightening moment, we both shouted, "Did you just see that girl?" Yes, we had both seen her. Immediately, I assumed she was the one whose car had either broken down or had been wrecked, because she had a distressed look about her. We spoke rapidly on top of each other. Should we turn back? Oh my God. Should we call 911? What should we do? Is she okay? Earlier that night, we had both had a couple of drinks. Many hours had passed, and we were both sober. But in our part of the world, the police can arrest you and take you to jail if they even smell alcohol in your breath. You could get into a huge amount of trouble, even go to prison. If we had to turn back, if we had to call the police, it was just too risky. I mean, if she was really in distress, she could call for help on her cell phone, right? Oh my God, what if her phone was dead? Physical description. She was young, between 17 to 25 years old. She had blonde hair. She was pretty, wearing a white shirt. The bottom half of her body was covered in thick, tall grass. She was sort of waving her arms, not over her head, but in front of her. Her face wore a scared expression, but she had no blood, no bruises or dirt on herself. So what in the hell was she doing standing right by the road in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, by herself, looking scared and waving her arms? Instead, we called in an anonymous tip. We were both really tired, and we proceeded home and went to bed. The next morning, I felt really guilty because we didn't stop. The local police post every police activity on the website that's called into a scanner. I began to search the scanner, looking for an accident report. There was nothing. We both felt very bad and worried about the young woman. Later, my boyfriend called the police to follow up on this anonymous tip we had made the night before. They told us that they had checked it out, that there was no car, no girl, no wreck where we had specified. This only made us feel half better, because we knew what we had seen. Later, my boyfriend told our story to his friend. His friend grew up near the Bottoms. She was the one who put this all together for us. We'd seen a ghost, she told him. She recalled that 20 or so years ago, a young woman named Katie Nesbitt had been murdered in the River Bottoms. It was a huge deal, so we went online and we found some old newspaper articles about the murder. There was a yearbook picture of the girl. The girl had blonde hair. Could that have really been her ghost? The most awful thing about it is that Katie and her boyfriend had been brutally stabbed to death over a car stereo. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I continued to search online and ended up finding a page for a local paranormal society. I clicked on Contact Us. I typed up our story and I felt better. At least I had reported this to somebody. I received a reply email from the man at the Paranormal Society. He told me that the Bottoms was definitely a haunted area. Many people had reported seeing strange things there over the years, and he also could recall that poor girl's murder. So, it was settled. Mystery solved. I'm not a ghost type. I've never encountered a ghost or an alien or a witch or UFO or anything like that. I do believe, though, that ghosts exist. But I would never go looking for one. All of that stuff honestly scares me to death. But I'm here to tell you that this really did happen. I wouldn't make it up. There were also 2 witnesses that saw the exact same thing. And anyone around here would tell you this. You never see anyone on the side of the road in the bottoms, especially at night, especially not a girl all alone. The paranormal investigator promised to investigate our sighting, but I haven't heard from him in a while. I'll update you if I do. I'm a real estate agent, female, 42. I've been selling houses for over 6 years. Working in the industry long enough, it was only a matter of time that I'd come across one of those hard-to-sell houses. The previous realtor that had this house sold its listing at an auction the agency had at the end of every month. It was on the table for cheap. I thought I was going to be able to turn an easy profit depending on how well I worked the sale. The next afternoon, me and my husband went to check out the property in person. I always brought my husband Sean to inspect new properties. We've had to toss out a lot of squatters, especially when the seasons change. We regularly check the vacant properties just to make sure no funny business is going on before we sell the house. When I get a new property, I like to introduce myself to the neighbors. I give them my agency number and tell them to call me if they see anybody entering the premises. A house that sells well for us also increases the property value of the homes around it. 100% of the time, the spiel always made the homeowner feel proud of the home that they have and happy to help enrich its potential growth. And in the future, if they ever planned on selling their home, they'd already have our number. It's a win for them and a win-win for us. But when we pulled into the creepy little stretch of neighborhood, the pictures that were shown at auction had to have been shot at a precise, perfect angle on the best day of summer, because what we pulled up to looked nothing like the picture. It felt like the house was frowning when we arrived. I worried, even if I picked the litter out of the trees and slapped a fresh coat of paint on the dump. Is the house too old to realistically compete with the younger, less ran-through houses around? New families weren't looking to move into dumps back in 2003, a little over 2 decades ago. It wasn't like it was today. If you're 30 or under, take a second to look around you right now. It's a dump, isn't it? It's not your fault. Nowadays, the house that I'm talking about is selling for close to $1 million. It didn't used to be like that. Growth by proxy. The town around it grew into a city, turning that dump into a highly sought-after suburban home just outside the metropolitan area. But this is in the past. I'm in 1999 having an anxiety attack about the state of despair as Creed jams their final notes of With Arms Wide Open and Sean plays air drums. Only when the song ends were we allowed to exit the vehicle. And that's when I was able to really see the seemingly overwhelming goal I'd set for myself. After a quick walk around the outside of the house, we walked across the street to meet the neighbors and do our little spiel. That house looked equal to, if not worse, than the house we were selling. I had no clue what I was going to say if they answered the door. We were halfway up the broken driveway when the front door swings open, and we saw an old woman holding a gun bigger than herself. She yelled at us to read the sign. With our hands held up, Sean and I look around for a sign that we must have missed. The woman shouts, "It says no soliciting or die." I tell her we're not solicitors and go into my spiel. The woman would meet us out at her fence and apologize for threatening us with her rifle. She ended up telling us that she had seen people in the home, lights on at nighttime. Sometimes it looked like there were fires inside, but she never saw anyone leave. In addition to this, she's also seen a cloaked figure running around on the roof. We thanked her for her time, and Sean popped the trunk of the car to retrieve our squatter repellent bag. There was a brick walkway that led to the front door. I put the key in, but the door just opened because it was already unlocked. That's never a good sign when entering a new property, and it didn't help that the neighbor had us thinking this place was going to be a hellhole upon entering. Sean pulled me back and took the lead inside with our repellent tightly in hand. We were astonished to see that the house looked clean and fully furnished. All of the furniture and appliances were covered in dust. If the outside looked half as put together as the inside, I might have felt a little more ambitious, but I still couldn't get over that the previous owners managed to maintain the interior so well, but let their immediate outside stay in such shambles. Sean and I walk from room to room at a level 10 of intensity and find the house to be empty. In the process, we were able to fully see how well this home had been preserved. It looked like the family could have walked right through the doors at any moment, but apparently they hadn't done that in quite some time. It was eerie. I didn't know the history past the bank's proprietor purchase, but from the photos still hanging on the walls, it looked like a family had lived there. Mother, father, and a daughter. On the ground in the daughter's room, there was an open coloring book with crayons still laying next to it. The page was unfinished, never being returned to. What would have made the family just stand up and go like that? It's boggled my mind ever since, trying to fathom the possibilities. The living room was spacious with a fireplace. That's where Sean and I were standing together compiling a list of things that needed to be done, and we heard a voice ask, "Is anyone there?" Sean, still holding the repellent, says, "Hello?" The voice again asks, "Is anyone there?" Then he adds that he's stuck, but stops replying after that. Sean and I are looking up and down for where this voice could possibly be coming from. We both notice the page has changed in the coloring book, but we don't comment on that until we're gone. After another full ring around the house, we meet back in the living room, and Sean points to the chimney, suggesting that we check there for one last effort. Sean gets on his back with a broom and shimmies it up. Soot plumes down, then a shoe, and then a leg bone. The sight was absolutely horrific. I'd never seen anything like that in real life, and yet I knew exactly what had just fallen onto Sean's face. The bone was heavy enough to split open his forehead when it hit him. It was terrifying when he started screaming because it echoed up the chimney chute. I took him to the hospital, and we reported it to the authorities. Not only did they have to break apart the chimney to retrieve the remains, the firefighters let the chimney fall completely forward through the roof, damaging the structure and making it unlivable. It was a wash. And no pun intended, but with it, all my hopes came crumbling down. It was ridiculous and scary, a scary that you don't really think about until you rethink about it. I don't know if Sean saw this. Could never really bring myself to ask him. But before the whole skeleton thing, I saw 2 red eyes glowing in the bathroom. I thought it was an electrical plug, but when we went in and flipped on the lights, nothing resembled what I saw in the hallway. There was a pretty cool rotary phone on the wall that I was going to take, but when Sean started bleeding all over the carpet, we had to leave fast. So, the next time you're in the market to purchase a home, you should ask your real estate agent if they've ever had to sell a haunted house. If they like you, you'll surely get at least one good story. This was mine free of charge. Or better yet, first ones on the house. Have I ever gone missing with lost time? I have. I had been living in the infamous blue house for 3 years. Prior to moving, our family had just experienced a new brush with death from CO2 poisoning in the home. The home was clocked at lethal levels. The fire investigator never could find the cause, meaning there was no official leak. To this day, it's still listed as a paranormal event with the city police and fire department. So we decided it was time to move out after that event. We'd moved everything over to a new home, and I was at the blue house cleaning it for the new owner. There was a knock at the door. I went to look, but no one was there. As I was walking away from the door, I suddenly felt like the wind was knocked out of me. I rushed towards my bedroom where my purse was to get my rescue inhaler, but I never made it. That's the last thing I remember. When I woke up, I was falling from a standing position, slamming into the wall of the living room at the blue house. I was colder than I'd ever been in my entire life. I was very disoriented with the furnishings all gone. I didn't know where I was. I went into the bathroom and looked into the mirror. I was so cold my teeth were chattering and my lips were blue. I ran a hot bath, climbed in as quickly as I could. My cell phone had been in my bra and had fallen to the ground when I'd gotten undressed. I retrieved it, called my boyfriend while still in the tub. He answered, and I started crying. "I'm confused. I just woke up and I'm so cold." He said, "Where the hell have you been? You've been missing for over 5 hours. Everyone's so worried." While I was missing for those 5 hours, my boyfriend had checked the blue house several times, and I was not there. It's unknown to this day where I went or what I did in those 5 hours. I'm unsure if I ever really want to know. Growing up, every year, my family would spend our summer vacation at our cabin. The summer of my junior year of high school, I used to babysit at this rather large house. The kids were about 4 and 2. The first time I went, my sister came along to help. Walking into the house the first time gave me an uneasy feeling, but I never could quite put my finger on it. Of all the summers we'd been going to the lake, this was the first time we'd known anyone living in this particular house. As the night went on, the parents were gone from about 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Things started to get weird. My sister was sitting at the dining room table, and I had taken both of the kids to the bathroom. About a minute later, she runs up to me and the kids and swears she heard footsteps run up behind her and suddenly stop. When she turned around, she said she saw nothing and got super freaked out and ran to me. Even scarier, she said the footsteps followed her as she ran, picking up speed and almost catching up to her. I'm gonna be honest, that freaked me out quite a bit. The rest of that night, I still felt uneasy, but nothing happened to me. The next time I went to their house to babysit is when I experienced something paranormal for the first time in my life. I was playing with the kids in their playroom, and from the opposite side of the room, a toy fell out of their toy chest. Both kids were on my side of the room, and the toy chest was barely half full. We all saw it. Everyone was quiet, and I could sense the oldest becoming uneasy. I played it off, though, sharing an unprompted laugh, which made them laugh. Then I put the kids to bed and just waited for the parents to get home. It was an agonizing couple of hours. I kept expecting something to jump out at me. The next couple of times babysitting after the second time were some of the most terrifying of my life. I'd hear footsteps upstairs when I was downstairs, and both of the kids would be with me. I'd see black shadows out of the corner of my eye quite often. It got to the point where lights would turn off and on by themselves, right in front of me. I could even hear the switch click. There was one specific time that I felt one of the children run up and grab the side of my leg, but there was no child when I looked down. I completely lost it after that incident. I called my mom, crying, so she could help me get through the rest of the night. It may not sound awful to you guys, but to me, the fear had consumed my whole body. The final straw was when the 4-year-old got out of bed and started laughing at me. I asked him why he was laughing, and he just continued to laugh even harder and looked to the side of my face instead of directly at me. I had no desire to turn around, and I sent him back to bed. That was it for me. I knew something was in that house, and I never went back again. The parents were my dad's friends from work who had rented the house for that summer. After I officially quit, my dad told me about the many rumors that surrounded the house. He knew that they had gone through 4 nannies before we had even made it there. They paid very well, and that's why I kept going back initially, until it became too much. The best part about the story is after I stopped babysitting, the 4-year-old had woken up one night screaming and crying, telling his dad that he knew someone was in his closet. And when I heard about that incident, I never regretted my decision to stay the hell away from that house. I've never been a believer in the supernatural, but there are moments when you simply can't ignore the presence of certain things around you. Apologies if this story turns out to be a bit lengthy. I moved to a hostel for my studies, which happened to be located right next to a railway line, and the constant rattling noise of passing trains would always disturb us, shaking our windows and such. My room was on the 4th floor. I shared it with 2 other people. I distinctly remember that after about 3 or 4 months, my roommates and I began hearing a disturbing screeching sound during the night. At first, that's all it seemed to be, a screech. But one of my roommates mentioned that if you listened closely, it sort of sounded like the screeching of a woman, not a machine. Initially, we brushed it off. Sure, we'd all heard it, but we assumed it was just one of the girls staying in the hostel. However, as the nights went by, the sound continued, always at night. So much so that even the simple task of getting water became a dreaded one. I still had the courage to endure it, especially on those hot nights when water was a must. Though, I always felt as if someone was walking alongside me. The haunting experiences continued. One roommate ended up moving out, leaving just 2 of us, but that prompted me to move to a ground floor with a friend. I felt bad, but outside of offering my other roommate to join, I didn't really have a choice. I needed to get out of that room. I didn't know what awaited me there would leave a permanent mark on my memory. Every day, and I do mean every day, I would catch the sight of a lady standing in the corner of my room, quietly observing me. She never approached me, just watched. She'd almost always disappear the moment I tried to make eye contact. Otherwise, she was constantly in my peripheral vision. These encounters led to sleepless nights filled with lots of confusion and a sure sense of helplessness. I had no idea what to do or who to confide in. My old roommates had all but abandoned their rooms. My friend seemed to never be home, and the warden, well, they weren't initially any help either, not at first. I was stuck. Then, one night, I narrowly escaped a heart attack. As I was laying in bed, on the verge of falling asleep, I turned over and caught a glimpse of a small child sitting and staring at me. This was new. It was an unsettling sight, one that paralyzed me with fear. I eventually mustered the courage to reach out my hand, hoping it was just a hallucination. But to my horror, the child remained there. Finally, I decided to approach the warden again, this time sharing my experiences in full. Who cares if she thought I was crazy? Maybe she'd be forced to find me somewhere else to live. Ultimately, that's what I wanted. To my surprise, she responded with a calm understanding. She revealed that she herself was not a believer in such paranormal activities. She'd never experienced anything herself. However, she shared a haunting tale from the past. A train accident that claimed the lives of many and severely injured many more on the very same railway line behind the hostel. Since that tragedy, people had consistently reported similar encounters to the warden. She advised me to remain strong, not to let these experiences overpower me. The same advice she'd given others who she promised went on to enjoy their time in the hostel. So that summer, I took her advice. I stopped considering what I saw as scary, and instead, I looked at it as a glimpse into the past. Perhaps I was lucky. After all, not everyone gets to experience paranormal activity so vividly. But I do think that when a tragedy like that takes place, it's incredibly possible for spirits to wander. The woman remained in the corner of the room almost until I moved out. I also continued hearing screeching, but over time, I decided that it was the sound of a train on the tracks, combined with the sound of screaming. It sounds awful, I know, but when you're hearing these sounds nightly, you really can't help but dissect what they could be. Oddly enough, once I'd really identified what it was, I didn't hear it anymore. I never did see the little boy again, but I often wish that I would have had a different response when I first captured a glimpse of him. Possibly I scared him by appearing so afraid myself. Either way, I hope those spirits found peace, and if their peace was remaining in that hostel, I hope future guests since the 80s have been more welcoming. I may be a fully grown adult female now, but I have had a crippling fear of doctors, especially surgeons, since I was a teenager. I got this fear because my best friend died when we were 14, and my family doesn't believe in therapy, just smiling. Dee was born with a lot of health issues, so she was always sickly growing up, but things got really bad in 8th grade. I was staying the night with her when things got so bad that she had to go to the hospital at 2 a.m. The doctors took a lot of blood and ran various tests, only to determine that she had appendicitis. They took her into surgery, promising the procedure was completely routine, should only take about an hour. Her mother Penny and I sat in the waiting room and played cards to pass the time, but an hour came and went without any updates. Only after Penny begged the nurse to check on Dee did one of the doctors come to speak to her. The procedure was a success, but Dee's condition didn't improve. Now her kidneys were failing, and the doctor rushed her back into surgery without answering any more questions. Within the next 20 minutes, Dee's entire family was there helping her raise hell. Her aunt was a nurse and said the whole situation reeked of a screw-up. 2 hours later, we got the news. Dee was gone. That was one of the darkest nights of my life. I had just been holding her hand before the surgery, joking about how much we would play up the whole experience into something melodramatic once we got back to school. Her parents hired a lawyer, and we learned that there was never a problem with Dee's appendix at all. When they opened her up, it was completely fine, but they took it out anyway. The stress her body endured exacerbated her actual problem, her failing kidneys. They removed one and were in the process of removing the second when she passed away. Fast forward a year. I'm in 9th grade, and my arch nemesis is a girl named Hillary. She was the cliché, bitchy, popular type, and her mom happened to be a nurse at the hospital where Dee had passed away. Well, Hillary started telling everyone that Dee's ghost was haunting the operating floor. Her mom saw her. I was pissed. I was a full-blown hardcore skeptic, and no words were going to convince me that Hillary wasn't just using Dee to garner attention. I walked right into the circle of girls, pushed Hillary into a locker, and promised to knock her teeth out if she ever said Dee's name again. She swore she was telling the truth. So I hit her, and then 4 other girls jumped on my back and beat the shit out of me. They tried to suspend me for breaking Hillary's nose. I missed her front teeth, but I was covered in bruises, and my lip was swollen from the other 4 girls, so my parents demanded they also be suspended. Obviously, the school didn't want to suspend their cheerleaders, so none of us were suspended. Instead, we got a stern talking to. Over the years, random stories would spread of people seeing Dee's ghost, and I always blamed Hillary for starting the rumor in the first place. We gave each other hell all the way through graduation, and I celebrated the last time I'd have to see her. Now, fast forward again, 2 years ago. I went home for Christmas and got T-boned by a Charger running a red light. The ride to the hospital was a blur, but I needed emergency surgery. Afterwards, I was taken to a recovery room where I slowly began regaining consciousness. Before I opened my eyes, I became aware of someone sitting on the bed, holding my hand. Thinking it was my mother, I opened my eyes to see Dee smiling at me. All I could do was stare in shocked silence until she disappeared. A nurse came in a moment later and shook me back to reality. She was also my best friend during our junior and senior year of high school and wanted to be there when I woke up. I probably wouldn't have said anything if it had been a stranger, but as soon as I realized my nurse was Lizzie, it just spilled out of me. The way she looked at me made me think that I'd been having some sort of hallucination from all the drugs. But then she said that she had seen Dee too. Most of the nurses had. When she learned I was on the floor, she asked the staff not to mention Dee because of my history with Hillary. She didn't want anyone to upset me by mistake. Apparently, Dee often checks in on patients coming in and out of surgery, and sometimes while they're still in surgery. But they've never heard of her sitting on anyone's bed or holding their hand. All that time, it was true, but I just couldn't believe it. Every time I've gone home since, I stop and have lunch with Lizzie, and I like to think that Dee comes too. "3 years ago, I got lost in the woods, and I've never told anyone what really happened. I didn't want people to think I was crazy, but I just can't keep it to myself. I live on the outskirts of a very large forest in Louisiana. Every weekend I would hike the same trail, but occasionally I'd also do a little exploring. There's offshoots and game trails everywhere, but my GPS always brought me home safe and sound, until I got stuck in a spot without service. My compass app was likewise useless. I had no clue which direction I came from, and I didn't even think to use it until after an hour of running in circles. I began eliminating pathways by breaking branches along the way. I thought if I could stop going in circles, I would eventually find my way back. But then it started getting dark. The prospect of spending the night in the woods was suddenly very real. And to make matters worse, it started raining. It's one thing to tough it out in a dark forest, but being soaked adds a whole new layer of misery, one I wasn't keen to endure. I kept my eyes glued to my phone. Even if I didn't find familiar territory, I expected to find a bar of service. But nope. The rain came down harder, and I could barely see when I stumbled upon an abandoned house. Well, it was more of a shack than anything. Most of it was in ruins under a collapsed roof, but the kitchen and den were just moldy with a slight breeze. It was at least better than getting soaked outside, so I cleared off a chair and settled in for the night. There was no way I was going to sleep, but I had my portable battery, so at least my phone kept a charge. For the next hour or two, I listened to whatever podcasts I had downloaded, and then the door blew open with a loud bang. The noise caused me to jump out of my seat with a startled scream, so I pushed a metal table in front of the door to keep it shut. Not long after returning to my seat, I began hearing noises inside the house too. But the storm was raging by then, so I did my best to ignore it. The place was in shambles. Of course there would be some strange sounds. It wasn't until I heard the footsteps that I started to really worry. And they were footsteps. There was no mistaking it. They were coming from one of the destroyed bedrooms, but I didn't understand how. When I looked in there, all I saw were piles of wood and debris from half the roof falling in. I stood watching as the steps grew closer, waiting to see who would appear in the doorway. They crossed the threshold a few seconds later, but there was nobody attached. It was like an invisible person was walking straight towards me. I ran towards the door, but Before I could move the table, the footsteps vanished mid-stride. I stood there, frozen, waiting and listening for several minutes before returning to my seat. Desperate to stay dry, I convinced myself I'd imagined it, but that only worked for so long. Things were quiet for maybe another hour, but as soon as I let my guard down, there was a series of loud bangs in the kitchen. When I went to check, all of the remaining cabinet doors were now wide open. I'm positive they were closed when I arrived, and I hadn't gone back in there since. Again, things were quiet for a time, but my final straw happened when a cold hand clasped the back of my neck. I screamed like someone was trying to kill me, and it sent my phone flying across the room. After retrieving it, the metal table flipped over on its side, and the door was blown open yet again. Though, looking back, I'm not sure if the wind was actually to blame. That was all I could handle, though. The rain suddenly didn't seem so bad after all. I ran into the darkness with nothing but my phone's flashlight and the lightning guiding my way. I didn't know which direction I was going, but I knew it was away from whatever was in that house. I can't be sure how long I was actually running, but eventually I stopped dead in my tracks as my phone began ringing off the hook. My husband, parents, sister, everyone I ever knew had called or texted me at least 100 times since I'd gone missing. There were new alerts for a local missing woman. Turns out she was me, and all I could do was cry relief. With my GPS working again, I learned I was much farther from home than I could have guessed. It shouldn't have even been possible to walk that far. I eventually met a group of search and rescuers who took me to get checked by paramedics. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone about the house, so I left everything out, except for how I got lost in the first place. These days, on a rare occasion, I do go for a hike. I don't leave the main trail anymore, though. Always be extra cautious when you're out on your own. Things can happen so fast. In April of 2014, I purchased my first home and did what new home buyers tend to do. I'm sure when you hear a story of growling at the foot of someone's bed, you might assume it's the dog, but there was no way that this guttural growling was coming from my 3-month-old mutt. First of all, the pup was in another room in a crate. Second, he was so darn tiny still. And there's just no doubt that this growling was mere feet away from me where I lay awake, and it wasn't small. Of course, I could have just awoken from a dream and had not yet recognized that I was sleeping. However, I laid in my bed completely still for several minutes before braving the light, and that growling never halted. When the lights went on, the growling immediately stopped. Spooked, I decided tonight was a good night as any to reconsider my policy of where the puppy sleeps at night. After I moved my pup to his new sleeping spot and comforted myself, the lights went back off. A few minutes later, I heard dog sounds coming from the foot of the bed, but not so much growling, more like a grunt of appeasement. I didn't hear that particular growling from a few nights ago, so the new rule in this house was dog sleeps in the bed. My house had had 2 previous owners, and I know that at least the most recent of them had large dogs. The house was in foreclosure, so I don't have a lot of details about the owners beyond what the neighbors have mentioned in casual conversation. That house continued to be a bit odd. The growling, sure, it stopped, but things ending up in different places. The sound of doors shutting, but nothing was actually closed. Just odd. While I've had many experiences in my life, the home I live in now, it hasn't seen so much activity. But the town, Ogden, it's well known for paranormal activity. A final thought. That puppy had always refused to go into the basement of that house. He insisted at always being by my side, but would never journey to the basement with me. I've never heard that sound again or felt that negative, impeding feeling from a spirit. I like to think it's probably because I always have my dogs with me. In a weird way, I think that they really are protectors, even from the things we can't see. Before my grandmother died in 2022, I asked her if I could publish her stories. Not only did she give me permission, but she gave me her journals where she documented a lot of her most interesting experiences. She'd worked at a couple of haunted locations, so much so that I believe my grandmother was sensitive. She never said that, but her experiences aren't ones that I think just everyone has. Don't get me wrong. I've always wanted to experience something paranormal like this. I do believe in this stuff. Like, I know I'd be scared, but the curiosity outweighs the fear. Either way, the story about my grandmother's time working at St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington, is one of my favorite stories of hers. So I'm just going to share it in her words instead of trying to rewrite it myself. Oh, also, some things have changed since she initially wrote this. You can actually visit this place. It's been converted into a historical museum. I've not personally been there since I live in Utah, and I have yet to make my way to Washington, but I wanted to throw that out there. Thanks for sharing. The Sisters of Providence. The second hospital I ever worked with, St. Ignatius, was the most active. It wasn't a traditional busyness. The patient population had been diminishing for years. Part of my job was collecting that sort of data, and it was clear St. Ignatius was not a busy hospital. Not anymore. Instead, the activity I felt, it was spiritual, residual. By the time they closed as St. Ignatius in 1964, the same year I gave birth to my daughter, Michelle, it was mainly due to a lack of patients there. It was simply too expensive to maintain. But in its heyday, the hospital served as one of the most important healthcare systems in the entire region. I was looking forward to the work I had to do there. I knew the hospital had a lot of history, but the first time I walked in there, I realized just how much of it lived inside those walls still. I could feel it. The air was heavy with the scent of antiseptic, but there was something else lingering there, something most consider inexplicable. But I had felt the feeling before. Holy Trinity in Palouse, Nani's house in Clarkston. The hospital was haunted. That's when I learned about the Sisters of Providence. Several framed photos throughout the hospital, little statements underneath some of them, plaques sharing the same sentiment. The Sisters of Providence were instrumental in the establishment of St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington. They recognized the need for medical care in the area and took the initiative to create the hospital. An incredible statement, though it only tells part of the story. Before I learned everything, I knew enough to know that the presence was likely that of the sisters. As I made my way through mostly vacant hallways, I wasn't frightened, though I did feel slight unease at their quickly vanishing apparitions. These became more frequent the more times I visited and the longer I stayed there. Sure, they meant no harm, but it's something to get used to, undoubtedly. I had the opportunity to venture deeper into the heart of the hospital. Though it was now just mainly archives and a collection of unused spaces, that's where I was given a small workplace to go about my business without encroaching on valuable space necessary to the medical staff. The air was a bit more stale in those places. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and though it was cold, those weren't the response to a change in weather. It was as if whatever had been with me throughout the mainstay hospital had followed me there, too. The sound of distant, steady footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. I knew they weren't the result of anything evil or in despair. There was warmth there, a sense of guardianship. As I delved deeper over the next few hours, I discovered the past. These items in literature weren't the ones out in the open for everyone to find. Instead, tucked away in the unused corridors of the hospital. Old filing cabinets and boxes filled with more photographs, tattered journals, prayer manuals, and other forgotten relics that actually revealed the stories of the nuns. More than just their devotion to their faith, but also how instrumental and connected to that place they were. These sisters, these nuns, were actively involved in the planning and fundraising, as many of the plaques implied. But I found it especially noteworthy that they had participated in the actual construction of the hospital, which opened its doors in 1893. They even continued to manage and provide the healthcare services at St. Ignatius Hospital for many years, ensuring that the community had access to good quality medical care. Many of the sisters spent their final days inside St. Ignatius. It was their home. To this day, I cannot forget that hospital, the sisters that wander its halls. It had a surprisingly profound impact on my life. Their presence serves as a constant reminder that spirits of the past can linger, seeking solace or understanding in the hearts of the living. And though their presence may be unsettling, the human spirit is so powerful, living and beyond. I worked in intensive care for 12 years, and I saw some strange things. One night, we had 4 patients in a row lose very important lines. These are things like central lines for IVs, breathing tubes, feeding tubes, etc. No one was in the room with the patients at the time that this was happening. Our desks were designed so that we were between 2 patient rooms. We could see both rooms from one desk. The patients were sedated on the vent. The first had a central line that pulled out. We managed that, stabilized the patient, and then the next patient pulled out their breathing tube. Then a feeding tube. The next was another breathing tube. There was no reason for it, and we tried to figure it out. More often, some patients would see a little boy in red pajamas come to their door or into their rooms. Whenever they reported seeing the boy, that patient would die soon afterwards. I only had one patient that saw him. She had a stroke. We were doing comfort care only. I was working the night shift. Throughout the night, she had periods of being afraid, so I'd hold her hand and we would talk, the best she could. And this would calm her down. During one such talk, she said, "Watch out for Bruce." Bruce is my dad's name. This woman didn't know me, did not know my dad, and I'd made no mention of him while taking care of her. I said, "Who's Bruce?" Thinking maybe it was someone close to her. She laughed and said, "You know who he is. You look just like him." I had chills all over. I do look like my dad, just like him. She said, "Watch out for him. Make sure he doesn't fall. Just watch out for him." And then she drifted off to sleep. A little while after that, she saw the little boy dressed in red. She asked who he was, why we had children in the unit. I told her we didn't. It was an adult ICU. I asked her to describe him. She said, "I guess he's about 2 or so, blonde, wearing red pajamas. He comes to the door and just stares at me. He doesn't come inside." She died later that day, on day shift. We had superstitions about certain things, such as if a patient was dying, tie a knot in the bedsheet and the patient would last through your shift. Or if a patient was dying and it seemed to be unusually prolonged, open the doors or windows and give their spirits somewhere to go. Some patients would hold on until a date had passed so that they wouldn't die on an anniversary or birthday or other important date. Occasionally, we'd have a room where several patients in a row would die, so we started asking the chaplain to cleanse the room after 3 deaths. That would almost always end the cycle. The worst thing that I saw was a very mean old woman. She was in our unit for a couple of days. She was truly awful. She would say mean things to the staff. She cursed at everyone. She got physical. She didn't have any family or friends that came to visit her. One night, she had a cardiac arrest, and we put her on the vent. She was awake on the vent, and she was terrified. She was looking up, not seeing anything in this world, and she was shaking her head. No, very emphatically. She was holding her arms up as if to protect herself. She looked like she was trying to scream, but of course, she couldn't make any sound because of the breathing tube. We tried to calm her down, to sedate her, but nothing worked. She had another cardiac arrest and died. After her death, we contacted her sons. It was then that we learned why no one visited. She had abused her sons their entire lives. Both had cut off contact with her. Whether you believe in hell or not, it sure seemed she was going somewhere she didn't want to. I live about an hour outside of Boston, and there used to be an old factory building near my house. One day, my friends and I explored it. There were old machine remnants, empty pallets, and tons of trash. The offices were at the far end with a few broken desks and chairs. We were about to leave when one of the chairs flipped over on its side. One friend joked about there being a ghost and proceeded to taunt the said ghost. Then a ceiling tile crashed to the ground, 3 feet from where we stood. The back exit was blocked by a section of caved-in wall, so we made our way back to the entrance. Halfway through, a metal pipe dropped from one of the machines, missing me by inches. My other friend fell just as we got to the entrance, and he always swore something tripped him. The factory was demolished 3 years later after another kid broke his leg and got stuck inside overnight. Hate to think about what he might have saw spending all that time there. When I was a younger, single mother, I really couldn't afford anything new. I would shop at local thrift stores and flea markets in San Antonio. Goodwill was my favorite place, and so were the flea markets. 2, in fact. One was Old Austin Highway Flea Market, and the other one was on Fredericksburg Road. I dream of those places now. But about the mirror, I bought a beautiful, and I mean beautiful mirror at one of the flea markets. Hand-carved wood, with cherubs, ribbons, cornucopias, and a basket up at the top. All the bells and whistles. I mean, it was gorgeous. And $10. Back then, chicken legs and thighs were selling for 19 cents a pound, and I had a family to feed, so that $10 meant an awful lot, but I couldn't leave the mirror. The man I purchased the mirror from said that it came out of an old home around the Beacon Hill area. I don't know why I remember that detail after all these years, but some memories never fade. Well, I took it home, cleaned the mirror with vinegar and water, and then oiled the wood. I hung it over the fireplace mantel in the living room. I was happy. Everything was all right for about a week, I guess. Then I would start to see dark spots in the mirror. No big deal. It's probably my eyes. Only then they began to swirl, start looking like smoke. They would dissipate when you looked directly at the mirror. I was starting to get worried there, more so because I thought it was my eyes. I thought they were making something manifest in the mirror. Maybe it was allergies. You tend to make these excuses because that stuff happens to other people or in the movies, not you. Hauntings aren't real, right? Well, one very early morning, my son was having a conversation in the living room. I caught him out of bed and I asked what he was doing up so late, as tomorrow was a school day. John, my son, said that he was talking to Abe. That woke me up. What? John says, I was talking to Abraham Lincoln. You know, the man with the big tall hat. But when he saw you coming, he went back into the mirror again. Half dazed, I could only laugh it off as I ushered my son back to bed. Kids and their imaginations, so I thought. I didn't hear any more of this Hat Man that coming week, but one night soon afterwards, I found my son in his bedroom, crying and shaking. I asked, "John, what's going on?" John said that Abe came to his bedroom that night, but that this time Abe had red eyes. He was asking my son to come with him, that there was a bed he needed to sleep in, to just follow him. He said he didn't want to. He said he had to fight hard to get away from Abe. He was so genuinely shaken up. I told him, "Don't worry, Mama's gonna sleep with you tonight." I was up all that night. Spirit or no, I was going to beat the living or dead crap of whoever made my son scared. But nothing happened. The following night, same thing. So, my son started sleeping in my room for a few days. After nothing happened for a few days, he went back to sleeping in his room without incident. Sure, I was having nightmares now, but at least my son was okay. 2 days after he started sleeping in his room again, I was folding laundry in his bedroom. I heard a faint knocking. Great, we had little critters in the walls now, I was thinking. So I got up, but without even thinking about it, I was standing in front of the mirror in the living room. I suddenly felt something ice cold rush through my chest, like I inhaled something frozen. Clutching my chest, I saw a column of gray smoke go into the mirror. There was something about the feeling and seeing it happen so clearly that made me sure something was seriously wrong with this mirror. I took that mirror down and I put it on the curb. It was gone within a few minutes. I still slept with my son for a couple more weeks, asking John if Abe ever came back. He said no. Every so often I would sneak back into my son's bedroom to see if anything was bothering him. Often John would find his mama sleeping with him, and that made him happy. He didn't need to know it was because I was scared. No one, and I mean no one, messes with my little cubs. Not then, not now, not ever. It's all a damn shame, though. I sure do miss those flea markets. I ordered the most beautiful 1800s brush and comb set with silver in it from a well-known antiques dealer in 2001. I was so happy with it that I immediately put it out on my dresser. The next morning, my husband told me that he had the most horrible dream, and when he told me about it, I was shocked that it sounded like we had the same dream. Someone, a man in a bowler hat, standing over him, strangling him. I couldn't scream. He couldn't scream. It was the most bizarre collective experience we've ever had. After our initial discussion and shock, we didn't think much about it because what can we do, really? We didn't have any more weird dreams for a few days, but later that same week, our dogs refused to go into the bedroom. This was insane because our dogs always slept with us in our bed. Except now, they would snap at you if you tried to force them. And then the dreams started again. About a week later, I was downstairs while my husband went to bed early with a horrible headache. When I went up to bed, there was the man in the bowler hat bending over my husband, the same man from our dream. He looked at me and instantly disappeared, almost like he glitched away in the blink of an eye, yet I never blinked. The dogs had followed me and they were barking like crazy. When I woke my husband up to tell him what had happened, he told me he was having that same dream. I decided to call my priest, and I told him about what had been going on. He asked me if we'd brought anything new into the home recently, possibly any antiques. I told him nothing except my hairbrush set and that it was from New York, from a reputable dealer. He told me not to sell it because we might give the demon to whoever bought it. Demon. I was speechless. Actually, I was kind of a wreck. After calming me down some, he told me to get a small box and completely fill it with salt so that nothing of the set was touching cardboard, just salt, and then to take it way into the woods and bury it extremely deep. When I told my husband, he got excited and anxious, telling me, "Do you remember when we bought it? There was salt all in the package." He was right. At first I hadn't been sure what it was, but that's exactly what it was. So we hurriedly bought 5 pounds of salt and buried the box deep in the Smoky Mountains where hikers wouldn't find it. I never bought another antique from eBay. We never had another nightmare. Our dogs went back to sleeping with us like nothing happened. And we never saw anything else in that house. It sure made us start praying again, though. My ex-wife worked as a night nurse at an old folks' home in a quiet corner of Dunedin, New Zealand. After a while, she came home telling me about nocturnal disturbances they had been having there, which caused them to eventually call the police. Apparently, there were always people shuffling around the building's grounds at night. She could see them standing there at 1 or 2 a.m., looking out over the grounds. At first, she thought a confused resident had perhaps gotten up and gone out to the garden. So she went, checking on all the rooms, but found everybody was in their beds. When she went outside to check, nobody was there. The police also never found anybody. What really got me, though, was how coolly she took it. As a long-time nurse with many years of experience, it seemed normal to her that there was a bit of paranormal going on in places where people died. To her, ghosts came through the hospital like medication cabinets and cleaning utensils. It was just normal, I guess. I've experienced something in a hospital a couple of times. I work on the really advanced stuff, and at one facility, I was part of a 2-man team responsible for Linux, which is linear accelerators, radiation therapy units. Most of the hospital was a little grim, even for a hospital, but the cancer center was like a tomb. It comes with the territory that if you work on the high-end stuff, you'll work some odd hours, late nights, and weekends are the norm. So I was completely alone. The department empties at about 5:30, and by 6, you're it. Of course, you could always feel something there, even if it was just you and the phone. One day I was working on replacing a fitting in the gas system, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of an infusion pump giving a KVO alarm from the closet. That's the sound that the pump makes when it completes a drug treatment. That was on a weekend, with no patient or nurse in sight, on a device that stored off completely in a totally empty cancer treatment center, and it had just gone off. I chose to hurry up and get the hell out of Dodge after connecting the new bottle. My second experience was actually worse. I was working on the same system when the door to the vault closed. Before you say that it isn't a big deal, these doors are about 8 inches thick and motorized. And then the machine started to actually move, like it was starting a treatment, while it was in service mode. This doesn't make it impossible, just extremely unlikely that it was just a simple malfunction, since in that mode you have to individually command each motion. Luckily, it didn't try to start the beam, and I got out of there before it went much further. I don't do Linux anymore, at least not alone. I had worked as a hospice nurse that sent me to this old hospital about 30 miles from where I had lived at the time. It was clean, but looked just like you'd step back into the 1950s. It was in a farming community, and at one time had delivered babies. My patient was passing late one night, and I got there at about 3 a.m. As I was walking to her room, I saw an older man with overalls and a plaid shirt, looking like he was lost. I asked if I could help him. He turned his back and just dissolved into the air. Scared the heck out of me. When I got to the nursing station, one of the nurses saw that I was deadly pale. She started laughing and yelled at the aides that I had seen old Henry. They laughed and then got serious. They told me that when the man was alive, his daughter went into labor, but things went wrong, and her and the baby died. When they had called her father, Henry, he'd been in such a hurry to get to the hospital that he'd been in a car wreck, and he and his wife were also killed. They told me that everyone sees him, but it's usually before someone passes away. The nurses then showed me a baby doll, one that they would put out into the room that's now abandoned. It was the delivery room. She said the only other time Henry comes out is when they put the baby out. I thought the story was so sad. To have your soul stuck on Earth, looking for your dead daughter and grandbaby. And sure enough, my little patient passed at 8 a.m. So, they were right about Henry showing up before someone passed. I was just 18 and working as a healthcare assistant on a large medical surgical ward. My mother and my dad's sister both worked at and trained at the same hospital, though not the unit I was working on. A family friend, Jen, one of the best nurses I've ever worked with, worked nights and I was working with her. It was after the midnight rounds. A woman about 50 had been admitted to room 205 that day. She was waiting for exploratory abdominal surgery. These were the days before MRI scans, and undiagnosable abdominal problems often resulted in open surgery. We had just sat down. The nurse's station was in the middle of the long hall, and all of the rooms were easily visible. The lights flickered. No big deal. Then, a shadow moved down the hall and stopped by room 205, where it lingered. Jen hit me on the arm and yelled, "Get the code cart and bring it to 205, now." Jen ran for the room. I got the cart. The other nurses heard us and headed there too. "The Angel, it's a code," Jen yelled to the other nurse. She said, "I'll get the doctor." Jen was doing CPR. In an instant, the room was filled with people, and I went into the hall. There was a gentle breeze, and just outside the door, a darkness. Suddenly, the hall got bright. Just at that instant, I heard, "She's gone. Call it." The lady had an aneurysm and had died. I was a bit shaken. As Jen and I prepped the body, I said, "How did you know?" She said, "That's the Angel. When you see her, run. The patient is dying. Did you see her light up?" I told her I didn't see anything, just that it was dark and then light. She said, "When it goes like that, they're gone. Some people think that it was a nurse who worked here and that she's still on duty." I thought she was being a little silly, and in my head, I decided it was just faulty fluorescent lights and my own anxiety. But I asked my mom, and she said, "Ask anyone. They all know the Angel." Fast forward 6 years, and I'm no longer an HCA, but a healthcare professional myself. I'm on the same ward as a patient. My gallbladder hated me and decided to act up. I'd had it out, the old-fashioned and miserable way. I was really uncomfortable. So although it was late, I was watching TV. The lady next to me was an elderly lady who had broken her hip. She was sleeping peacefully. I became aware of a dark cloud over the TV screen, which was on the wall over the foot of the bed. I felt a gentle breeze. I yelled at the top of my lungs, 208, the Angel." The darkness paused and softened. I felt an amazing sense of calm, then chaos as everyone burst into the room. The lady next to me was in respiratory arrest. The darkness lingered. Then, instead of flickering light as it did before, it just faded. I felt calm and at ease, and my pain had lessened. They started to roll the lady out on a trolley. Your roommate is going to the ICU, they told me, as they moved my bed to push hers past. Jen was on and came from the other side of the curtain to straighten out the room. You saw her? I nodded and told her that I saw a shadow, but it felt so calm. Well, she was just in time. How did you know? Did she wake you up? I told her I'd been watching television and a shadow moved across it. She laughed. It couldn't be. We turn off the televisions at 10. It's nearly 1 a.m. I looked up. The TV was off. My headphones in the drawer. I have no idea how I saw her. I don't know that it was a her at all, but it was something, and it was there. And it was there either to usher someone on with calmness or to give them a chance. I'm not sure. Maybe it was a nurse's instincts, but maybe it was just someone who took her work so seriously she stayed on long after life left her, looking after those who needed her. All I really know is I felt so calm and strengthened and not at all afraid in the presence of whatever it was. This happened in a nursing home. I'm not a nurse. My girlfriend was a night shift CNA at a nursing home. My car was having trouble and broke down as I was leaving the lot. I was tired and decided to mess with it in the morning, so I put it in neutral and pushed it into a parking spot. Put it back in park, locked it up, went into the nursing home to sleep in a guest room that they had. During the night, I had to use the bathroom. I walked out into the hall. Luckily, there was a bathroom across the hall. While walking over to it, I heard someone say, "Hey," at the end of the hall. I looked over and I saw a young brunette woman, looked maybe 20 or so years old, in a blue dress, white heels, standing at the end of the hall. She looked like she was from the 50s or 60s. The material of the dress and just the way she looked. Bright red lipstick, not too much makeup, dressed sort of conservatively. I, being half awake, stared for a second and said, "Hey." She said, "What's your name?" I said, "I'm Bud. What's your name?" She said, "My name's Elizabeth." I said, "I gotta go to the bathroom. Please excuse me." She said, "All right. Live well." I said, "You too," and went into the bathroom. When I came out, looked down the hall, she wasn't there, but there were some CNAs at the end of the hall talking. I waved at them, and one of them waved back as I went back to the guest room. Then it hit me. She was a ghost or something. I went out into the back of the nursing home to smoke a cigarette. I sat there wondering about what I had seen. Was it real or was I crazy? I wasn't sure. I finally went back to bed. At 7 a.m., my girlfriend woke me up, and while we were going out to the car, she told me that a resident named Elizabeth had passed away, and that she was a very nice lady. I stopped and stared at her. She said, "What?" I said, "Not to sound weird, but are there any pictures of her when she was younger?" My girlfriend asks, "What? Why?" I said, "Is there?" She looked at me weirdly and said, "Follow me." She led me to the room that this woman had passed away in. There were a few pictures on the table, and one of them gave me chills. I picked it up and looked at it. Sure enough, it was her in the same dress. I turned to my girlfriend and said, "I saw her last night. We greeted each other in the hallway." She said, "Okay. Let's go fix your car." As we walked down the hall, I explained to her that I saw her like she was in that photo, not old but young. She said, "It doesn't surprise me, honestly. I've seen and heard a lot of weird stuff while working here. It's not exactly scary, but it creeped me out for a few days. Still creeps me out. I kept asking myself, why was she trying to talk to me? That question has yet to be answered." I've had a few experiences at the various hospitals I've worked at, but they don't really scare me, just kind of catch me off guard. I've never worked the night shift before, but one time the company suggested we stay the night in the building because there was a hurricane in the city. A lot of people decided to risk it and go home, while I decided to stay because I had to cross a river to get home. So it was maybe around 10 p.m. I was waiting for the elevator so I could go downstairs to find something to eat. I see the elevator door open and a man walked in. Then I walked in. The elevator was empty. About 2 years before, a coworker had taken his own life in the building. I think it may have been his wandering soul. The next one also intrigues me more than frightens me. About 3 years later, I had a new job, working the afternoon shift. I would get off around 11 p.m. As I was walking to the bus stop, I looked up and saw a huge white ball. I thought to myself, what a bright moon we have today. Then I looked elsewhere in the sky and saw the moon. What? Didn't I just see the moon? So I looked back at the first moon, and it flew away at the speed of light. I wasn't the only person to have seen this. A couple of nurses said they could see it from the hospital. True story. Our house was built in 1999 on farmland. There doesn't seem to be any reason why we'd have paranormal experiences. No cemetery nearby, no one that died in the house, etc. But soon after my daughter and I moved in, she noticed that there were young energies downstairs. One night as she lay in bed trying to sleep, she felt something snuggle behind her, resting an arm across her shoulder. She thought this one felt like a little girl. Other people felt this energy too and thought it was lonely or sad. There was also an incident in the hallway outside of my daughter's bedroom. She'd gotten up to use the bathroom and felt a hand on her back, pushing her. She thought that this energy was male, maybe 12 years old, mischievous. After my husband and his daughter moved in, we started noticing strange things upstairs as well. One day while I was showering, I turned around to rinse the shampoo out of my hair, and something turned the shower handle all the way to hot. Yet I hadn't touched it or bumped it. A couple of months later, it happened again, but this time I saw the handle itself move without human intervention, and that shouldn't be possible. Of course, no one was there. During this same time period, I was splashed with cold water as I walked out of the main bathroom. I felt it splash across my cheek, shoulder, all over my hand and up my forearm, but no water was on my skin. We were definitely creeped out. My husband put up his cross. We were going through the house. He was saying prayers, even though he doesn't believe in ghosts. After the kids moved out, things quieted down a lot. The quote-unquote haunted area extends about 20 by 10 feet and is on both floors. It includes the kitchen, a bathroom upstairs, and one bedroom, the laundry room, hallway, and bathroom downstairs. Our dog won't go into these areas, not even if you put a piece of steak on the floor. I often hear things fall from the shelves downstairs, but the cat sleeps beside me. Someone or something has strummed my husband's guitar when I was here alone. When my youngest was home from university last summer, the only incident we had was someone saying her name in a loud whisper, right behind her as she walked from the bathroom to her bedroom. She left at the end of August, and everything seemed fine until a few months ago. My husband was downstairs and stopped to play with our boy kitty, Jake. He had balled up a piece of tinfoil in his hand and decided to see how high Jake would jump to catch it. He stood just outside the laundry room, bent over slightly, showed Jake what he had in his hand before releasing it and tossing it over. The tinfoil sailed about 3 feet away before it bounced off something invisible and came back in his direction. Confused, he picked it up again and tossed it. It hit something invisible halfway across and dropped like dead weight to the floor. Since this happened, I've tried contacting local paranormal investigators and they replied to my email but haven't followed up since. I'm updating this to include an incident that happened yesterday morning. My mom moved in with us a few years ago and has Alzheimer's. For the last while, she's been bedridden and requires extra care. So every morning, 2 healthcare aides arrive to bathe her, change her clothes, etc. They follow a simple routine that includes small tubs of soapy water. These are set on a side table so that they can bathe her in her bed. After getting everything ready, they place the little tubs on the table near the head of the bed and move down to the foot to straighten out the blankets and get the towels ready. Both healthcare aides were startled when the table suddenly started to move on one side. One described it as though someone had leaned against it or pushed it down, causing both tubs to slide off the table, hitting the carpet, cracking the plastic, and spilling soapy water all over the floor. When I returned to the house, one of the girls asked me if I'd had any ghosts lately, because those tubs weren't big enough or heavy enough to make the table lean like that. They claimed that they weren't too close to the edge, as both of them saw them slide across before going over. I can't imagine the wind doing that. And the cat was sleeping in my bedroom with the door closed. There's always something going on that's hard to explain. When I was a kid, my mom worked as an ICU nurse. My dad was in the Navy, so I spent a lot of time coloring at the charge nurse's desk when we couldn't find a babysitter. The charge nurse was named Debbie, and she was always very understanding about our situation. She and my mom became close friends over the years that they worked together. Of course, everyone loved Debbie. People say that she was the sweetest woman to ever walk the earth, that the way she cared for her patients was inspiring. She treated them like family, and when she lost one, she retreated to a faraway corner to cry her eyes out. If someone didn't have visitors for whatever reason, she would sit with them on her breaks and stay after her shift. She worked at the hospital for 32 years, even after she was diagnosed with cancer in '93. When she physically couldn't keep going, they fixed her up in the hospital, and all the nurses took turns visiting her. Coworkers and patients were the only family she had left, and they wanted to make sure she wasn't alone in the end. A few weeks after she passed, a mother came into the ICU with her 2 children. They'd been in a car wreck and had all received severe injuries. Sadly, neither of the kids survived. When the mother woke from surgery and learned the news, my mom and one of the other nurses retreated to the crying corner. As they got close, they could hear someone else was already there, sobbing. It sounded just like Debbie. But when they made it to the spot, no one was there. It was basically a supply closet without a door. There was no other way out, yet the room was empty. My mom said she's seen too many things not to believe in ghosts, so that was enough for her to be certain that Debbie's spirit was still with them. But her friend and the other nurses would need more convincing. Over the next 2 years, almost every doctor and nurse heard the crying at least once. It happened every time a particularly tragic death occurred, and, well, it was a hospital, so we're talking about not a rare occurrence. I wish I knew what's been happening in more recent years, but that's when we moved away. There wasn't much in the way of social media at the time, but then, if you moved across the country, you just never saw your old friends again. Strange concept, I know. Well, whatever happened there, I hope Debbie's at peace. don't know if my experience really depicts a transparent or not human figure that usually comes to mind when thinking of a ghost, but I don't know what else to call it. The whole thing is inexplicable, I guess. When we moved into this area, no one had built a home on this particular plot, like ever, so we anxiously awaited for construction to wrap up so we could move in, excited to be in a spacious, brand new home, never lived in by anyone. The time came and we quickly moved in and set everything up. Everything was so bright, shiny, full of dreams for the future. It was the beginning of our lives together. Everything was perfect. Now I had heard stories from other people in the area, things whispered about in private amongst trusted friends. My friend's family was from the area, a few blocks away, and growing up I heard them talk about some things they'd encountered. I listened and didn't doubt what they saw, but it was safe to say I forgot all about it. This was my friend's eccentric aunt. Who knows what she was into? I heard them, but never really registered that these were actual things that had happened, or things I needed to worry about. So, back to moving into our new home. The stories that I'd heard 15 years ago, they didn't come to mind. We got all set up, and the first little while was blissfully peaceful. A place all to ourselves. Thinking about wedding planning and such. At first, it was just a loud bang in the middle of the night. We chalked it up to a new house, settling, something shifting in the cupboards. Then it started to become something that we couldn't explain away. The previously locked and checked back door would be heard, the lock clicking as it was unlocked, and then slowly swung open. As the months went on, it became bolder and bolder. My fiancé and I would have friends over for dinner and a movie. They'd stop eating or pause the movie to ask, "Who's upstairs?" As heavy, painfully slow footsteps moved around above our head, clearly heard by all. It sounded like a person wearing large, heavy work boots was walking over the wood floors, like a man heavy-set. They just paced from room to room and through the halls. Sometimes the click of a door handle opening would also be heard. It walked further into the room, and something would be knocked over, slamming to the floor. Of course, the guys would run upstairs, only to find that nothing was there, and no one. Our friends would seem on edge for the rest of the night, eager to leave after. The noise from the second floor carried on throughout the evening. If we were upstairs and in bed, it sounded like someone was rifling through our kitchen cupboards and pantry, pot clanging, boxes shifting. It was very loud and intentional. But as soon as you went downstairs to investigate, the noise would stop. If you were in bed upstairs, the footsteps would slowly creep up the stairs. One step would creak, just as heavy and just as slow. Some nights, my heart was beating out of my chest because it would make its way to the top of the stairs, and it was as if the owner of the heavy boot steps would walk through my bedroom door any second. Talk about anxiety. As it carried on through the months, any overpowering feeling of being watched, it appeared. There was just a heaviness to the atmosphere in the home, which was never present before, not in our relationship anyway. It felt so thick. One week I had to leave on a trip with my fiancé staying behind. He was in the shower on my first night away, and something screamed at him. He said it was so loud and ugly, he hit the floor. It sounded like it was coming from every direction. He stayed at our friend's place for the rest of the week, refusing to go back home. Something else happened, but he never wanted to talk about it. When I was home alone at night, I'd be tucked into bed reading with my dog sleeping at the end of the bed. I'd suddenly get this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me from the darkest corner of the room, where the closet was. I'd ignore it and continue reading. My dog would suddenly jump up from a deep slumber, and he'd just stand there, staring into the corner intently, the same place I felt I was being watched from. He was a timid dog who never barked. For that first year, I didn't think he even had a voice. He was so quiet. But he let out a loud, scary, alerting of actual danger growl, and his hair would stand straight up. He backed his little body into my foot as if he was trying to protect me. Eventually, the feeling would pass, and he'd lay back down and go back to sleep. I thought that ignoring whatever was happening was the best way to deal with it. Give it no attention. It sorta came to a head one bright autumn day. Our upstairs bedrooms have large windows that let in a ton of natural light from all sides. They were open all day. The sun was low but so bright in the sky, and it filled every corner of the house. I went upstairs to charge my phone, check emails, and I got sidetracked with a quick iPhone game. I was laying horizontally across the bed, facing the door to the hallway, when slowly this blacker than black, very large and very tall figure slowly and silently glided through the middle of the hallway. It was not like a shadow. It was like it absorbed 100% of the light. I had seen it clearly. It looked like it was wearing a large, wide-brimmed flat-top hat with a heavy, long jacket down to the ankles. It was pure black, with a crisp outline against the brightly lit walls. It moved left to right, past the door, and straight into the bathroom. My heart skipped a beat. I felt like the air left the room and my lungs. My mind went blank. What the hell was that? I lay there in silence. My fiancé was busily cooking dinner downstairs. I could hear him, but I was too afraid to move. I processed what I had just seen and leapt off the bed, went tearing down the stairs. My parents had actually heard the thing in the house. That's when we brought our minister in. We had a house blessing and warming, and for a while, things were actually quieting down. Several months passed, just enough for us to let our guard down, I guess. However, things between me and my fiancé started to shift. We decided to take a break, and he moved out. Then this presence came back with vengeance, like our minister suggested it would. It became even louder, even stronger, and the feeling of being watched was intense. During this period, it started to throw things across the kitchen into the dining room. Several heavy objects scattered in a 20-foot long trail. One morning, I found the countertops and the top of the refrigerator cleared, as if someone cleared off a desk in one aggressive swipe, flinging contents everywhere. The back door would be found open nightly, despite having the door and the lock changed or checked and rechecked. During intense thunder and lightning storms, this thing seemed to get stronger. It made more noise all throughout the night. It scared the hell out of my 13-year-old sister, who only wanted to spend her weekends with me. She woke up to hearing and physically feeling the vibrations from the footfalls as it was pacing around her bed. One night, it felt as if someone heavy sat on the edge of my bed. The springs actually made a strained noise, and I felt the bed shift. My pastor told me if I didn't start attending church, it would come back threefold, and it did. I didn't go back to church, though. Instead, I moved out of that house. My ex-fiancé and I got back together, bought a condo somewhere a bit further from town, and got married. We both sort of couldn't understand why we separated to begin with. Still can't. Ghost, demon, or what? We blame the house, and we're happy it's behind us. I still can't believe the things that went on there. Hopefully the new owners had better luck. My first job was in a small 35-bed psych hospital in California. It used to be a medical facility where surgeries were performed and, of course, people died. A couple stories here, but first off, when I'd work night shift, I'd sometimes get a phone call from the local police station asking if everything was okay. Sure, everything was fine. All the patients are asleep and it was just a normal night. The police then said that they received a 911 call from our hospital, and the extension from where the call was being made was the arts and craft room. Nobody goes in there at night, not even staff. It's always had a creepy vibe. It used to be where surgeries were performed. The caller, identifying herself as Satana, was asking for help. This would happen about once a month or so. Night shift didn't have much staff, so as supervisor, I knew where all my staff was because I would be the one to help relieve them during breaks. I know with 100% certainty that no staff or patients were the ones calling 911. I know it wasn't a patient because psych hospital doors are locked, and to get to that room, a patient would have to cross 3 barriers of passcode-protected doors. Creepy. I thought so. At other times, our PA would turn on randomly, usually after 10 p.m., and you'd hear breathing and beeping machines. None of our equipment beeped. One time in particular, the PA turned on, and you could hear what sounded like a kid speaking, but the content of what he was saying, it couldn't be made out. Then it stopped. Then started again, and then you could hear what sounded like outgoing calls playing through the PA. This was impossible to do, because to activate the PA, you pick up the phone and dial 77. Once you do that, you lose a dial tone and cannot make an outbound call. So anywho, the PA played an outgoing call for hours, yet not a single phone was ringing in the hospital, so we weren't sure what was happening, let alone how. It finally stopped around 6 a.m., and our patients were pissed. Imagine trying to fall asleep to that. To this day, nobody knew how that happened, and the technician we called out at the time thought that we were pranking him. And that's all I've got. I left in 2014, a year prior to leaving. A patient had successfully taken their life, died right in front of me while we tried CPR. He had hung himself in his bedroom, and I wonder if his ghost still roams the halls. Thanks for listening to my stories. We lived in an old home. I wanted to change my room, so I gutted it. It was a large 14 by 16 with a small alcove to the side. Prior to insulation was corn cob husks, old newspapers, and plaster. I had to sleep in the alcove to the side. One night I was woken up between 2 and 4 a.m. There was someone in my room, sitting at the edge of the window fan, looking around the room. I assumed at the time that it was my mother. I assumed she couldn't sleep and was planning the next steps. My mother smoked, and the figure I saw was holding her hand out like there was an ashtray. The figure was in a gown, and since my mother wore flannel gowns to bed, I was led to the assumption that, it was my mom. I rolled over and fell back asleep. When I woke, I asked my mom whether she had any new ideas after she was in my room. She told me she wasn't. It left me quite unsettled, although the months after bothered me even more. My compulsion to gut the house continued. When my room was somewhat livable with drywall, I moved forward to my brother's 2 bedrooms. They ended up moving in with me in the interim. One night, again between 2 and 4 a.m., I woke. Between my 2 sleeping brothers, on a clothes basket, sat a wiry, friendly woman. She was smiling. She waved at me. My heart started pumping. I tried to call out to wake my brothers. Both slept right through it. She chuckled at me. And then, poof, she was gone. The next month, another night, I woke and found her right next to me. She was sitting on my brother's mattress and she was looking down at my face. I asked her to go away. She burst out laughing. Her head went spinning in one direction, her body in another. A pattern to her visits started to appear, usually between the 21st and 22nd of the month, usually between 2 and 4 a.m., on rare occasions a little earlier or later. If I awoke, I wouldn't open my eyes. She became irritated, started setting off toys or radios in my room. I took out the batteries, unplugged equipment. Nothing helped. Devices would still go off. I started staying away those nights, not coming home. Finally, my parents moved me to the main level of the house. For me, the visits ended. My parents eventually sold the house to a contractor who tore it down. The contractor put up a new monster of a home, but it still sits on the same property. I still wonder whether she's there, but she seemed limited in spatial movement, so I don't think the new occupants know about her. I was couch surfing off and on for close to 3 years after I lost my job. Most of the time I stayed with my friend that we'll call Jules. Jules and I went to high school together, and senior year, she got hit by a snowplow while smoking a cigarette. The incident nearly killed her, and as a result, she had a long metal rod fused into her spine and a hefty settlement that provided her with a small brick house in the suburbs and a drug habit she was happy to share with her friends. She didn't have many friends outside from me and her boyfriend Cody. This meant we were the lucky ones that Jules could throw her pills around with. Cody, obviously more so than me. I was still trying to function and maintain a stable job to pay rent for an apartment I barely stayed at. This was before the eventual losing of my job and full-time couch surfing at Jules. Though the time we spent together rarely navigated far from the regular sessions, living in someone else's natural environment and calling it your home, it wasn't the same as having an actual home that I could hide away from in my room if I wanted to. There, my bedroom was the couch. Jules and Cody were comfortable arguing in front of me. They also didn't have a choice because I was right there in the living room, but they definitely didn't try to contain it in their bedroom. It was also surprising to see how often they fought. I wouldn't say it was nightly, but quite a few nights out of a 7-day week, my sleep would be interrupted by them yelling at the top of their lungs, turning on all the lights and stomping around the house, high out of their minds. It was aggravating, but I was a guest, so who was I to stop them in their natural environment? I did have to intervene once when Cody had gotten Jules in a headlock and was cutting off her air. It was the first time that one of their physical altercations had spilled outside the bedroom. Before that, the sounds I heard could have been ignored as Jules throwing stuff at him. She liked to do that, and usually that's the extent I'd see. Cody leaving the bedroom, calling her all sorts of names, turning on all the lights, trying to find his keys, while Jules cries, screams, and breaks stuff. Cody was abusive, mentally and physically. Some of the things I'd hear him say to her were just venomous and evil. She'd wear clothing that would hide the bruises that he'd left on her. When I did see them, she always had a relatively believable story to go along with them. The night that I got in the middle of it, I had to jump on Cody's back to get him to release Jules. He tossed me to the ground, and I almost went through the glass coffee table. Then, Cody turned around, and I thought he was going to come after me. But instead, he grabbed his car keys that were on the coffee table, then slammed the door as hard as he could on his way out. Jules apologized with pure humiliation that things had gotten so out of hand. I told her that she needs to get some help, go to rehab, anything to change her current trajectory. But they were back together the following week. I think I died of a drug overdose in my last life because in this one, I've experimented with most any drug you can name, but I've always been able to get off of them independently. Maybe seeing Jules spiral downward also helped me kick the habit, but whatever it was, I hadn't been taking part in our prescription smoke sessions for over a month by then. I told Jules that my new job did regular piss tests, and this was true. My new job did do regular testing, but it also paid very well and gave me an interview without needing to call my past employer. I didn't tell her this, but I wasn't planning on living with Jules much longer. I didn't pay rent there, so I knew I could leave whenever and it wouldn't affect her. I was playing things by ear and waiting for a sign to branch out. Jules was lonely, and we'd been friends forever. I would have felt bad leaving the first minute I could, but after being a part of their little fight night, I was trying to get out of there the moment my bank account allowed me to withdraw the first and last month's rent. With my new job, I was planning on it becoming a reality within 2 to 3 months. I felt confident I could survive whatever those months threw at me. And when they say it's darkest before dawn, let me tell ya, I get it now. Month 1, car problems solidify this being a 3-month endeavor for me to move out. That's okay, I planned for that. Jules and Cody continue their toxic nightly behavior. That's okay. I know when Cody slams the door, I'm going to at least get a few hours of decent sleep before I have to wake up again. But then, one night, as they're fighting and Cody storms out, Jules chases after him. Now they're screaming outside. Then, Jules runs back inside. The door stays open, and from the couch, I can see Cody hop into his car and start it up. Then, Jules runs back outside, slamming the door behind her. It sounds like she starts up her own car, too, and I hear both cars tear out of the driveway, one after the other. The TV guide channel is still playing on the TV. The ticker also has a little timer bar that reads 11-something. I remember being shocked it's not after midnight. I prayed that I'd get at least a few hours of sleep before they came back. But when my alarm woke me up, I realized I'd slept through the whole night. I was rested. It was a feeling I'd forgotten after living there for so long. Jules' bedroom door was closed. I don't know if it was already closed from the night before, but I didn't look to see if they'd made it back home. I got ready for work and left. It's only when I'd return home from work and enter Jules' bedroom and find it empty. That's when I'd start to worry, imagining what craziness she'd gotten herself into the night prior. I stayed awake as long as I could that night, waiting for her to return, but Jules didn't come home. The next morning, I planned on calling in a missing persons when I'd gotten home from work that afternoon, but when I pulled into the driveway, I was relieved to see Jules' car parked back out front. She was in her bedroom when I came inside, and when I went to check on her, she was sleeping. I let her sleep. Cody wasn't there. Jules slept the whole evening. The next morning, her bedroom was empty again. Late that night, she walked in and went straight into the bedroom. She didn't even smile or return my hello. It was clear she wasn't in a talking mood. Weeks would pass with her acting like this. Seldomly would she acknowledge my presence. Cody hadn't been around for a while either. I put together that they must have broken up, and she was taking it extremely hard. I probably could have been a better friend, but I kind of enjoyed having the living room and TV to myself. Not to mention the peace in comparison to the chaos that used to be in this home. I would check in on her every once in a while, but I didn't push the topic, and she didn't want to talk. It had been a few weeks, and I thought Cody was out of the picture, but one night, I'm woken up by the familiar heavy thumping of Cody's heavy steps on the floorboards. The sound gives me a pit in my stomach, and I was so angry at Jules for being so weak. My blood is boiling as I keep my eyes tightly shut and listen to him walk around. Even when he's trying to be quiet, he's not quiet. I can hear his heavy breathing and grunting as he makes his way around the small living room. Then, his footsteps stop at the arm of the couch. He was standing above where my head was laying. I knew exactly where he was because of his breathing. It was so loud. I pretended to be asleep. I felt like he was there for at least 10 minutes, just standing above me. Then, I heard his footsteps walk away down the hall. That night, I stayed awake all night listening to see if he'd come back. I must have gotten some sleep, however, because my alarm woke me up, and the house was empty. My car was the only one in the driveway leaving for work. I'd planned on giving Jules a real friend check the next time I got to see her, but I'd have to hold on to that feeling for a couple of days until I saw her next. In between those days, when I thought I'd had the house to myself, I again was woken up by Cody's footsteps walking through the house. This terrified me because I knew Jules wasn't home. I still never opened my eyes, even when he'd stand over me and breathe deeply. I knew I couldn't overpower him. Waking up and freaking out would only make whatever's happening worse. So, I stayed frozen under the covers until I'd hear his footsteps retreat again. When I did finally see Jules, that's when I decided to freak out on someone. When I got home from work, her car is parked in the driveway, and I have a moment to think of some zingers before I go inside. Jules is back away in her bedroom with the door closed, but I don't care anymore. I open her door, and when I saw that Cody wasn't there, I felt free to say, "Tell your creepy boyfriend to stop breathing over me when I'm trying to sleep." I go in telling her how weak and stupid she is for getting back together with Cody and unload every pent-up feeling I had at Jules. She started crying, but I was all out of empathy at that point, and I'm thinking that I'm getting through to this girl, but the response she gives me took me off guard. I didn't know how to respond next. After I say all that stuff to her, you need to value yourself more, so on and so forth, Jules turns and looks at me and then says, "I've seen him too." Her cry turns to uncontrollable hysterics, and Jules tells me that Cody once beat her so badly she had a miscarriage, and apparently the night that she chased after him, it was because he made some pretty heartless remarks about the situation, and it sent her over the edge. When Jules ran back inside that night, she retrieved a knife, one that she used to butcher Cody at a gas station in the next county. It was an old self-service station, and Cody was almost out of gas. He had no choice but to pull over. Before he could get out of his car, Jules had hopped into the back seat of his car and proceeded to stab Cody until the knife broke. Then, she pushed the car off the edge of the road, down a long hill that led into dense brush. I was shocked and speechless. Jules turned herself in that day. The first-hand story Jules told me was the literal most horrific thing anyone's ever spoken to me in real life, and the small news piece didn't give the details that she did. I was able to stay in the house until it was foreclosed on. By then, I had enough to get my own place. Oddly enough, after Jules left, I didn't hear Cody in the house anymore. The last couple of months living there were the best they could have been. The house felt like a home. Jules and I didn't stay in contact since living with each other, and I'm okay with that. I would have been homeless, and my life would have been on a completely different timeline if she hadn't opened up her couch to me, though. For that, I'll forever be grateful. But the rest is kind of a nightmare. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I know better. It happened when I was in middle school. Our drama teacher, Mr. Whalen, died in a way that left a chill in the air long after his body was taken away. He wasn't old, not old enough for a heart attack at least, but something took him that night. Something that didn't belong in our world, I'm pretty sure. My older brother was in the school play, a small part with barely any lines, but Mr. Whalen was strict. He insisted every cast member attend every rehearsal, no matter how insignificant their role. Even those who weren't in the play, like me, were dragged along. My job was to keep out of the way, so I spent hours in the back rows of the auditorium, doing my homework by the dim light of the worn-out lamp. The auditorium itself was ancient, nearly a century old, and its age showed in the creaking floorboards and the peeling paint on the walls. It stood separate from the main school building across the street, like it was trying to distance itself from the present. The place had a reputation. Everyone knew it was haunted, but no one talked about it openly. The teachers dismissed the whispers, but we all knew better. We knew not to be caught in there alone. I hated that auditorium. The only real light was the harsh spotlight on the stage, leaving the rest of the seats swallowed in shadows. The darkness felt alive, like it was waiting for something or someone. The smell of chlorine was always in the air, strong, suffocating, especially on nights like this one, when the storm outside seemed to seep into the very bones of the building. The smell of chlorine was always strongest on rainy days. The old building had leaks, and the dampness seemed to draw out the scent, clinging to the seats like it was embedded in the very fabric. I never understood why it smelled like that. There was no pool anywhere nearby, but that was just one of the many oddities about the auditorium. Mr. Whalen seemed to be the only teacher who didn't mind spending hours in there. In fact, he seemed to revel in it. Like the creaking boards and the dim lighting were his stage just as much as the one up front. On the night it happened, the weather was awful. A storm had rolled in, drenching the city in sheets of rain and lighting up the sky with jagged bolts of lightning. Inside the auditorium, the storm sounded like a constant roar, the wind battering the walls and the rain pounding on the roof. Rehearsal had gone late, the storm delaying some of the cast from arriving on time, and the tension in the air was palpable. Mr. Whalen had been unusually agitated all evening, snapping at the students for the smallest mistakes, pacing the stage like he was looking for something. I was in my usual spot, huddled in one of the back rows with my books, trying to focus on my homework. The lamp wasn't doing much against the oppressive darkness that seemed to have swallowed the entire room, and the storm outside didn't help either. Every time lightning flashed, the auditorium was briefly illuminated, revealing the empty seats stretching out like a sea of shadows, before plunging back into the darkness. Each flash made my heart race a little faster, but I kept my head down, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. Mr. Whalen had decided to do some work on the catwalk that night, something about adjusting the lights for the upcoming performance. The ladder leading up to it was old and rickety, but he insisted on doing it himself. I remember hearing the metallic creaks as he climbed up, the sound echoing in the emptiness of the auditorium. The rest of the cast were busy with their lines, and I was a bit too engrossed in my math problems to pay too much attention, at least at first. It wasn't until I heard the first bang that I looked up. My heart skipped a beat. The sound was loud, like something heavy had fallen, but it wasn't followed by any of the usual scolding from Mr. Whalen. The students on stage froze, their lines forgotten as they looked up toward the catwalk. Another bang followed, and this time it was accompanied by a scream, sharp and terrified. It wasn't Mr. Whalen's voice, though, but something else, someone else entirely, but we couldn't see anyone. The lights above the stage flickered, casting the entire room into a strobe-like effect. In the brief flashes of light, I did see something moving on the catwalk, a dark shape. It definitely wasn't Mr. Whalen. It moved quickly, almost too quickly to track, but every time the lights flashed, it was closer to him. I heard Mr. Whalen shout. It was a strangled cry that was abruptly cut off as the lights blinked out completely, plunging us all into total darkness. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the storm and the heavy, panicked breathing of the students around me. Then, there was a horrible, wet thud, like something heavy hit the stage floor, followed by silence so profound it felt like the whole building was holding its breath. When the emergency lights finally kicked on, their harsh red glow revealed the stage in all of its gruesome detail. Mr. Whalen lay sprawled on the floor, his body twisted in an unnatural angle. His eyes were wide open, frozen in an expression of pure terror. His mouth was still open in a silent scream, but what was most disturbing was the way his hands were clenched, as if he'd been trying to fight something off. The police said that it was a heart attack brought on by the fall from the catwalk. None of that made sense to us. They never found any evidence of foul play, and the case was closed within a week. But I knew better. The other kids knew better, though none of us were talking about it. Whatever was up there on the catwalk that night, it wasn't human, and it wasn't done with Mr. Whalen until it had taken everything from him. After that night, the auditorium was closed off, and it would be for the rest of my time at the school. The school claimed that it was for renovations, but the truth was that no one wanted to go in there anymore. The building stood empty, silent, just a looming presence at the edge of school grounds. Over time, the stories grew darker and more twisted, though the reality is the most twisted of all. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I beg to differ. When I was a probationary constable, I was on patrol with a senior constable in South Australia. We received a noise complaint of a party in an old derelict building on the outskirts of the city. As we approached, there was a man standing, waving us down. From the car, the noise was deafening, concert loud. This is a heritage-listed home built circa 1700s, and the windows were all covered by boards, and the lighting came through the cracks. The whole property had a 2-meter fence with barbed wire atop. As we could find no way in, the fire department called for help. 30 minutes later, with more backup to catch the possible squatters living in the house, everyone was in position to make entry. 3, 2, 1. Ground floor breached, officers yelling their presence. The house thrust into darkness, and no one was there. No one but us. 20 members of the emergency services, staring at each other. Most had confused looks. Next shift, I was informed that the house with the party was indeed over 100 years old and had been sealed for over 40 years after a party guest was killed, and the house was deemed unsafe as the cause of death was unknown. The house was never connected to or built for electricity, yet on that night, over 20 professional people heard loud music from the 80s, and through the cracks, saw the lighting of a modern-day disco. To this day, my friends and I still don't know what it was, and we definitely don't talk about it. But thanks for letting me share. I've lived in my current home for over 17 years now. It's in Cape Cod, in a quiet neighborhood, built in 1956, and I'm a single mother, which will be relevant later. The house has 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 down. My girls were preteens when we moved into the home, and I, in my infinite wisdom, decided that they should have the upstairs bedrooms, so when they became teenagers, I could tell if they were trying to sneak out of the house. I did not consider the possibility that they might climb out the windows, but that's a story for another day. After the first night, my oldest daughter told me that her bedroom was haunted. She knew this because the fan blades moved on their own. I scoffed at that, said that it had to be the wind, but she swore the windows weren't open. I still didn't believe her. Still, the atmosphere was kind of creepy upstairs, and I didn't really like being up there, especially in my younger daughter's room. It was just unsettling in there. Within a couple of months, my younger daughter told me that her ceiling fan blades moved on their own also. I blew her off like I did her older sister, but she insisted that they moved, stopped, and then moved in the opposite direction. I thought it was an exaggeration, because she was a dramatic child, but I couldn't deny that there was a little something going on. I could hear footsteps when no one was there. In fact, a few times I hollered up the stairs because I heard someone moving around, and when I got no answer, went up to check, and there was no one there. The years went by, and my oldest daughter moved out. Younger daughter moved into her room, and they had long since stopped complaining because I didn't take it seriously. I figured even if it was true, what was I supposed to do about it? I still heard the footsteps occasionally, but whatever. Then one day, my youngest daughter and I were in the kitchen, and we heard a loud thump in the living room. I had a heavy Waterford crystal clock. It was on the sofa table, and now it was on the ground, several feet away from the table. There was no way it just fell over, and no way it could have launched itself a couple of feet. Again, unsettling, and I was pissed because now my clock was chipped. My oldest eventually had a daughter, and she spent a lot of time at the house. As she learned to speak, she started asking me who the mean man in my house was. I said, "Honey, there's no man in my house." But one time, my youngest daughter was there when she said it. She glared at me and said, "Mom, she's pointing at the upstairs window." More time passed, and my youngest daughter moved out. After all these years downstairs, I decided it was time to occupy the master bedroom upstairs. My oldest daughter and her boyfriend were now living with me. Her boyfriend was Native American, practiced saging. I asked him to help me prep the room so I could occupy the upstairs. He came downstairs looking ill. He said, "Miss Julie, the vibes in that room are so bad. I got sick." He burned some sage and cleansed the room. It was better and allowed him to work, but it still wasn't good. I'd made up my mind though, so we prepped the rooms anyway. We scraped and painted and replaced the floors, and I moved my furniture upstairs. The second night in my newly remodeled room, the television popped on at 3 a.m. It startled me, but I thought maybe my granddaughter had inadvertently programmed a timer to turn the TV on when she was playing with the remote. I checked the settings on the TV the next day, and there was no such function available. I told my youngest what happened, and she said, "The lights used to pop on all the time in the middle of the night. Welcome to the upstairs." I then consulted with a local psychic, one who's famous for working with the police to solve crimes. I told him nothing about the incidents, except to ask if there were any entities in my house. He said that there was an angry male that occupied the upstairs. He said the man was disabled, couldn't navigate the stairs easily, so he spent almost all of his time up there and was very resentful. He correctly identified that the room in between the two bedrooms, now a bathroom, was once a walk-in closet. He also said that sometimes, when he identified an entity, he or she would leave just because they knew he was onto them. So, as a single female, one of my biggest fears in life has always been waking up and finding someone standing over me. It's a huge trigger for me. One night, soon after consulting the psychic, I woke up and felt someone standing over me. There was no one there that I could see, but I could feel them, regardless, as if they were right next to my bed. I sat up and yelled, telling them to get out of my house. You're not welcome here. Get out. I haven't felt that presence in my house ever since. It's been nearly a year, fingers crossed. I don't know if it was the psychic who was onto him, or me telling it to leave, but I think we're good. I still burn sage though, just in case. A lot of sage. There's this cave in New Mexico that I used to visit often, back in the days when I was part of a motion picture film crew. This was before digital photography took over, so we relied on traditional film, which meant lugging around bulky equipment, massive lights with heavy battery packs, the only kind that can light up a space like that. The cave itself was something of a marvel, passages that twisted and turned like a labyrinth. But there was one room, deep inside, a chamber that the locals had warned us about. But you learn over time that locals love to say a lot of things when they realize you're filming in or around their territory. So we shrugged it off at first. It wasn't until we experienced it for ourselves that we understood what they meant. Every time we crossed into that room, something would happen. Call it unsettling or not, but our lights, no matter how powerful, would start to dim and flicker. It wasn't like the batteries were running low. It was more like something was feeding on the energy, draining it deliberately. At first we didn't think much of it other than better bring extra batteries, and that maybe it was a quirk of the cave's environment, some natural phenomenon that we couldn't explain. But the more we worked in the cave, the more it felt like something else was there too. Of course, none of us could reason with that, so avoidance became the norm. The first time it happened, we were caught off guard. The lights started to die one by one, and in the dim glow of these failing bulbs, shadows on the walls, taking on shapes that seemed alive. Though we weren't moving, nor was our equipment. We had to stumble out of that room in near darkness, the only light coming from the small, weak beams of our flashlights, which were barely enough to guide our steps. After that, we learned to be cautious. We made it a rule, never stop in that room, not even for a moment. We'd move through it quickly without a word. The silence between us was heavy, but I think we were all scared of something. And every time, without fail, as soon as we crossed into that chamber, the lights would start their eerie flickering. There were times when I swear I felt something watching us, presence just out of sight, just spying from the shadows that made up a majority of our surroundings. The hairs on the back of my neck would stand on end. I'd quicken my pace, eager to leave that room. I wasn't the only one who felt it. The others would glance nervously at the walls, their faces like mine, their breaths coming a little faster as we hurried through, like mine. We never spoke about it directly, not in the cave at least. But afterward, when we were safe in the light of day, we'd share a little. Ultimately, we all agreed that it was best not to talk about it. We were all level-headed people, but we knew whatever was in that cave was something best left undisturbed. Eventually, the project ended, and I, for obvious reasons, haven't been back to that cave ever since. But even now, years later, I can still feel the weight of that place. I've never worked on a film, let alone experienced anything in life quite like it. It's a memory that stays with you, one that makes you question what's real. But deep down, I know it wasn't just in our heads. There was something in that cave, maybe even something that didn't want us there. When I lived in Alta, we used to explore an old mine all the time. I practically lived in one of the old miners' quarters for a couple of years as we explored that creaky, drafty place and affectionately called it the mine. Creative, I know. If you've ever ridden the lift from the Germania side, you've probably gone right over it, though you'd never know it was there unless someone told you. The place had a history, and stories said that miners who worked those tunnels back in the day never truly left. They lingered, trapped in the darkness, their souls bound to the rock and ore that they spent their lives extracting. I didn't think much of it at first. I don't know if many do. Ghost stories were a dime a dozen in places like Alta, but there was something about those mines that made me feel like the tales weren't just stories. One time while we were poking around one of the deeper shafts, something happened that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about fear. We'd been exploring for hours, our headlamps casting these long, wavering shadows on the walls as we got deeper and deeper into the darkness. The air was thick, but also heavy, with the scent of damp stone and something else, something faint, like the lingering trace of old, forgotten things. We were just about to head back, our curiosity satisfied for the day, when the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely noticeable, but quickly grew into something more violent. The walls shuddered, and a deep, echoing groan resonated through the tunnel, as if it were in pain. It was a small earthquake, just enough to send a shiver of fear down our spines, but what followed was worse. As we scrambled to exit, up the shaft, the ceiling above us began to crack and crumble. Before we could react, a section of the tunnel collapsed. It sent a cloud of dust and debris crashing all around us. For a moment, everything went dark. Clearly, our exit had just been covered. I could hear the others coughing and cursing through the sound of muffled, thick layers of dirt. We were trapped, buried underneath a mountain of rock, with only a few feet of space between us and certain death. Panic set in quickly for me, then the others. The weight of the earth pressing down on us was really suffocating. The realization that we might not make it out of here, that hit hard. The total darkness really didn't help much either. But we managed to communicate with each other, find each other. Miraculously, none of us were injured, so we began to dig our way out, each of us taking a section of what we thought was the entrance to the cave. We couldn't believe how much rubble had managed to make its way in front of us in such a small period of time. After a while of tossing rocks, I started to feel a bit hopeless. And then something strange happened. The darkness around us seemed to shift. It began to move in ways that didn't make sense. I was seeing darkness move against darkness. And then I could feel it. Something cold, something alive, brushing against my skin, tugging at my clothes. Maybe I was scared and imagining what I wanted, but I followed the direction of the coldness, looking down at my right leg. I saw the faintest of lights. I told the others to head in my direction. We needed to dig where this new light source was. That's our path out of here. And so we dug like our lives depended on it, which they did, really. The tunnel was unstable, and every movement sent more debris falling down. The hustle was necessary. And eventually, after what felt like hours, we broke through. The first breath of fresh air was like being reborn, the sunlight almost blinding after the darkness of the mine. We emerged, filthy, a little shaken, but very alive. After going through something like that, I think I can safely say that ghosts, or whatever you want to believe they are, aren't the scary ones. Not to me. In this case, that was for sure the earthquake. I've shared this story before. Locals don't like to hear this story. They like to say that we made something angry that day. I don't put a lot of weight into the idea that something might have caused the collapse, other than an earthquake. But I'll admit it's interesting to think about. I responded to a call with another unit in a fairly new neighborhood. The call was sketchy and vague and classified as a disturbing the peace call. Upon arrival, the other officer and I knocked on the door, which was answered by a slightly sheepish guy in his 30s. He was well-dressed with a conservative haircut. He said he was having a problem with hearing voices in his house. Our initial feeling was that this was a normal person who was not experiencing any kind of mental breakdown. So our next step was to investigate where the voices might be coming from. His house was not connected to his neighbors' houses, and there was no obvious problems with loud radios, TVs, or outside influences. The guy was very thoughtful and open to any suggestions we made for explaining the voices, but we were stumped. We asked him if he heard the voices now, and he said no. He added that the voices were not always there, and had stopped just after he called on this occasion. He said that they started soon after he moved in, and at first assumed they were from loud neighbors. After he continued to hear them at odd hours, in times when the neighbors were not home, he became worried. As he's explaining, suddenly we hear someone talking. It sounds like they're saying, "What's going on?" I look at my partner. He heard it too. We look at the guy who's staring at us, waiting for our reaction. And then he asks, "Did you hear it?" We tell him we're pretty sure we did. So we do another sweep at the house. Still, we find nothing. He admitted that he didn't think the police could help, but he had no one else to call. After we felt that we'd investigated every source that we possibly could, we had to tell him that we couldn't help. We actually felt bad because we didn't have any solution to offer him. As the other officer and I were walking back to our cars, we just looked at each other as if to say, that was spooky. A few months later, I drove through the neighborhood and noted a sold sign on his front lawn. I guess he found a solution on his own.